not a test. This is your emergency broadcast system announcing the commencement of the annual purge sanctioned by the U.S. government. Weapons of Class 4 and lower have been authorized for use during the purge. All other weapons are restricted. Government officials of ranking 10 have been granted immunity from the purge and shall not be harmed. Commencing at the siren, any and all crime, including murder, will be legal for 12 continuous hours. Police, fire, and emergency medical services will be unavailable until tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. when the purge concludes. Blessed be our new founding fathers and America, a nation reborn. May God be with you all.
Good evening, folks, and welcome. All right, let's start here, shall we? With a blank screen. Not really. Let's start here.
I mean, if I get downvoted for this, for actually taking the time to say what most know is happening. I'm an 80s baby and I feel so often like I'm constantly in deja vu, except wild shit like breast cancer, childhood deformities and being in foster care. We're not stupid people, friends. Yet the boomers who are in power by proxy of their puppets. I mean, look, some
Hear
of
that,
these people
boomers?
need to die off, and while I sound harsh, let me tell you how it happened for me. My mom died when I was 6. She had several junky-ass bitch sisters who were abhorrent towards me because I was born with brown skin and deformities. My mom tried so hard, I want to believe, to get away from this.
This is very touching.
I did. I'm 42. They couldn't figure how or what to make of me. This is how they control you.
They.
The government, since I was the ward of the state, took everything of me, and at this point I don't care about anything but seeing how Jesus felt towards everyone. Call me crazy, but after my mastectomy, I felt like damn, despite every sword thrown at me. I still keep going.
Always they.
I earn my money. I do what I feel is right towards those people around me, including TBD ones I've yet to meet. Gary is manipulating the system. He's deliberately using words he knows will upset you. Like the not your keys, not your crypto. No sir. He knows that's not how it works, but guess what? It melts Twitter. They flock to this piece of bone to keep you distracted, and yet meanwhile fucktard is in the back making deals, etc. No one is bothering to really call him out. Yeah, you have the crypto BROs, but come on, that's just that. BROs who understand the technicals and think that makes them an expert in talking on behalf of those they know don't know, but essentially will keep confused, so when they run out with CBDCs, our boomers will fall for it hook, line and sinker. Guys, stay awake. It's going to fall in something.
CBDCs, isn't that
down BC of what Madoff did? Had he never done that
cannabis product that
I'm
relieves
certain
pain?
we'd continue to be made the scapegoats when it's the people behind our votes. Fight against this. I know I do every day. BC, seriously, life's boring, and I recently found out a few years now of my niece and nephew. Life's a good place for me. Don't let the system eat you. You go after it.
Don't
You're
let
far
the
more
system eat
important
you.
than a handful of elitist and well-connected people controlling it to live their best life.
What an interesting comment. Oops. Very touching. Let least he's not experimenting on you apes with LSD. I think they'd probably make better decisions. Um, all right. So what even is this about? Why? So this comment was on a post called "Why isn't being on the threshold list for 11 plus days not illegal?" I know, Chris. I'm just being a retard because it's Friday and I worked way too many hours this week, and it's fun. These guys do it all the time. Yeah, I don't know. Delusions of grandeur. AMC and GME are already the most famously manipulated stocks ever in U.S. history, ever in U.S. history. The popularity and awareness for claims of naked shorting, manipulation, and financial deception are second to none. We all know this. We all know it. We talk about it every day. We share our DD and we cite our sources. Really. When you go on Investopedia and look up the threshold list and what it means, it blatantly calls out that the threshold list is an indicator of naked shorting. We know this to be true, but this is our undisputable evidence that it's happening. Naked shorting is illegal. Why isn't being on the threshold list illegal, especially if it's been 11 days? What can we do? Can we raise to our state senators? How do we get this more exposure? Huh. So let's see about that. What is the threshold securities list? Well, it's something that has no effect on anything. Transactions failed to clear for 5 consecutive settlement days at a registered clearing agency. Failed to settle. Administrative errors. Oh, settlement failures may be indicative of improper naked shorting. Administrative errors may also cause settlement failures. Okay. And the history of it. I mean, we went through all this stuff before. Threshold list. When is a security removed? When it doesn't meet the criteria anymore. Who uses them? Financial industry regulators examine that. While there can be legitimate reasons why a trade fails to settle, regulators try to detect signs of illegitimate naked short selling practices in these lists. Who uses it? Apes. Trade settlement. What does trade settlement mean? Blah, blah, blah. Article sources. Okay, yeah. Threshold lists are also available to the public for inspection and use as short squeeze catalysts. Are threshold securities short squeeze candidates? It isn't fair. It really isn't. You know, betting on the yeah, I'm not seeing too much. Let me just trim this down. Threshold securities short squeeze. How about that? Bed Bath& Beyond, MULN, and Upstart are on the NASDAQ securities threshold list. This was from February, okay? By the way, look at what happened to Dropbox today. 11% down. Um, yeah. All right, let's see here. So I don't really have an agenda here tonight. I'm just exploring. Wait, when was that from? I just February 8th. Okay. Oh, well, wow. What do you know? Is it still? I don't know. Oh, it's NASDAQ, isn't it? Uh, NASDAQ threshold. Here we go. For Thursday, it was okay. MULN. Hmm. It's almost like the threshold security list. I don't know. Doesn't really. It's not. It's not. It's not a short squeeze catalyst. I don't know. Upstart. Oh, oh. This one. So I guess it is. Hmm. Right. Okay. Let's take a look at an AMC video here. We're gonna just jump. Let's just start right out with this.
What's going on, guys? Amc'S Trades back with another video. Have a decent amount to talk about today. I want to go through SPY, the price action on SPY, AMC, and APE. I want to give a quick refresher on my theory, which is 100% valid still. Nothing has changed. We're still in a very good spot, and I'm going to show you why I think we are, and I'm also going to explain why I still think we're squeezing. My TA is still valid. My theory is still valid. And I think we are on the verge of seeing AMC
There it is.
highs.
Kyle. Oh, 10 viewers. Oh, that hurts. That hurts so much. Oh my God. You know, that this is a typical retarded ape right here. Like, you have to realize, okay, Kyle, you have to realize that if you come in here and make a claim, we're going to ask you to support it with evidence. And when you can't do that, when one cannot do that, typically, at least in this crowd, they resort to ad hominem attacks like, you're a loser. Wow, 10 viewers. How many viewers do you have? It doesn't even matter, but yeah, come on now. Like, grow up. All right. Distracting me from Ant's trades. This is important information because his his theory is still correct. The irony in that statement, amazing. When 140.
And I'm going to go over everything one more time. Heading into a long weekend, I'll leave you guys with this. So, with that being said, let's jump into SPY. Again, 2-year long descending broadening wedge,
Okay,
downtrend from.
where does he get 2-year long descending broadening wedge from? Where does he get that from? 2-year long. He says that every day. 2-year long. Let's see. Back to 2022, that's 1 year. Back to 2021 that's 2 years. So that would take us back to here, right there. Let's just go weekly. So this is where it starts. I don't know. But he's showing 1 year. It starts at
From
2022.
the absolute low.
So, that's not 2 years. Yeah, that shit drives me nuts too. Downtrend started January 2022. Yes, it did. Let's see. Why don't you see Kyle? I don't know. His internet must have gotten cut off for non-payment. That's probably it. That's probably it. Okay. All right.
Here we've been doing nothing but forming. With that being said, let's jump into SPY. Again, 2-year long descending broadening wedge. Downtrend from the absolute low here. We've been doing nothing but forming higher highs and higher lows all the way up to the breakout point.
Oh,
We
higher
broke
highs
out
and
of
higher
a
lows.
2-year-long downtrend on SPY, and
Cool.
then have seen continued upside. Jumping really quick into the daily. This is what we have.
God.
I mentioned all week, I think since Monday, I mentioned that SPY was going to be playing this pattern out, this symmetrical triangle here.
Symmetrical
Friday,
triangle.
and that I would not be surprised to see a head fake. So, with that being said, from the breakout point that you have here,
A head fake.
you saw a run up to local highs of 418, and as I've mentioned all week, we've been ping-ponging in between support and resistance.
Listen to him. He's trying
on
so
the
hard to be right.
410, and 406 level. You have your bull trend here, your descending resistance line here, and just ping-ponging back and forth between support and resistance. Started to run out of space here in this pattern, in this symmetrical triangle.
Starting to run out of space. What? What? Okay.
Saw a pretty nasty gap down, reclaimed the bull trend, traded sideways most of the day, and then end of the day, you saw a pretty nasty.
I don't know who that is. They must have fewer viewers than I do then.
Sell-off that brought us all the way back down to 408. After hours, you saw some more dumping into pre-market this morning, where you gap down even further, open at 407, and then see even more downside all the way down to 404, where you find a bounce.
Oh my gosh.
Somehow managed to close the day green.
Well,
overall,
what was today? What was today besides Friday, besides February 17th? Why would there be increased activity on this Friday? I wonder why. I wonder why, but no, this guy connects nothing except a chart. Bullish as fuck, Ron. Come on. Bullish as fuck. And by the way, Ron, I don't know if you saw my message in Telegram earlier, but we gapped down in temperature here today. Holy crap. 30 degrees. Plummet. Snow. We were just talking about snow. And it was like 70 degrees here. And that's what I get. That's what I get. Supposed to be back up in the 60s next week, though, but I just thought that was funny. I'm freaking freezing. 70s? Oh, man. Well, that means it's coming this way. Anyway. Okay.
Still think it looks great. I'm still bullish here. I mentioned all week that I would not be surprised to see a head fake out of this pattern. I mentioned that I felt the market makers were making this look bull trappy, and that I would not be surprised for this pattern to play out and we see a head fake to the downside before we continue the run to the upside. With that being said, slightly higher volume today. Looking at the EMAs, the 50 EMA has now crossed.
Blah, 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 blah.
Here is your golden cross on SPY. Usually you're going to see a move a few days after you actually get the cross. This is very bullish to see on SPY. I mentioned that yesterday. And yeah, I mean, overall.
Thanks, I guess.
You know, end of day yesterday into today was very, very ugly for SPY.
It's all the effects I have on it. It's all the effects.
You saw a huge sell-off.
You don't want to see my signal chain here.
With this, AMC held up relatively strong both days, as did Ape. AMC is looking very strong right now. We're going to get into that in a little bit. Really quickly, jumping into the 1 hour, just to look at this on a smaller time frame. Here's the pattern that I mentioned. Your
It's a good
bull trend
question,
and
Bad
your upper
Back.
resistance, and we've just been bouncing back and forth in this range until the end of the day yesterday, where you break
Oh,
to the downside of it, and
damn.
continue downward and gap down even further today. SPY spent most of the day trading in this range here between 404 and 406, bouncing, and it looks like it carved a very nice bottom here. And then towards the end of the day, you see a push back up
Jesus.
to reclaim support on 406 and close the day 407 and some change. Overall, I think it looks really good. I was expecting this move, this head fake to the downside. I've mentioned it all week, and I am not going to be surprised to see SPY start ripping to the upside next week. So
Okay.
overall, I still think it looks really good.
Well, wait a minute though. No, he said whenever the last stream that we did was, he said the next day he expected SPY to gap up. Anyway, whatever. He and Boss Blunts need to do a video together. I would probably watch that, listen to it. Is there a MACD golden crossover shower imminent on the hourly? I don't know about that, but hold on. I got one for you. I just got to find it. Yeah. So fucking rich with rehypothecation. And Janet Yellen said there's going to be financial runs. Financial runs. Where is it? Where is it? I know Manuel knows what I'm thinking of here. I just got to find it. Here it is. I found it. Okay. Okay. Here it is. There's your MACD golden crossover shower on AMC right there. Right? Now,
really haven't seen a pullback here on SPY in a while. I mean, we were due for one to begin with, and getting one here, I'm not surprised to see, as I mentioned, that this was a possibility from the beginning. So overall, still bullish here. I don't think SPY is even close to done with its run. I know some people are going to tell me that I'm stupid for saying this, but I think SPY
wait,
probably for the rest of the year
Rob,
is gonna...
you can see me? I don't have my camera on. How can you see me? What am I desperate for? I have 10 viewers, they say. I don't even know. 17, I guess. Well, desperate. Like, are you talking about my romantic life? Des um, I don't know. Maybe just like listen or don't or leave or you know, I don't know. Rob, you look dumb and desperate to me, but you know, who cares? Apes just need to perfect their weekly unemployment filing. Yeah. Let's see. Your obsession with AMC is comical. Well, then you should appreciate it then. If it's comical, makes you laugh, then appreciate that. But being a negative Nancy or a retard Rob, that's not a good look. But we talk about facts here. So what you're saying is that focusing on facts and trying to discern fact from fiction and speculation is what? Dumb and desperate. I mean, I don't know. That's that's concerning, but it's not my problem. Oh, I'm sure he did. I'm sure Rob did buy the Ant-Man popcorn helmet. $30 a piece. $30 a piece. How about that? Aron, king of nickel and diming. Ron is obsessed with Aron. Is he? Ron? Or is that true?
To be running to the upside and see a double top around 580, and I wouldn't be surprised to
What?
see new highs. As crazy as that sounds, I would
580?
not be
I
surprised
think he means 480. He's looking at 480 right there, not 580. Holy crap.
to see SPY rip to new highs during this year into the
What?
following year.
What? How in... God damn it. See, this is... I mean, of course, anything's possible, especially with this environment. But like I've said many times, and it's not me saying this, it's just sort of something that people know, I guess. You have to think about probabilities. It's not like like a binary thing, like a oh, it's going to do this, oh, it's going to do that. What is the likelihood? What is the probability? What are the reasons that support that? And where does that place the probability? Um, this guy really, 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 really needs to learn about macroeconomics, just some basics. He needs to understand a few key things, like what the Fed does, specifically the FOMC, what they do, what they're generally what they do, what their purpose is. Number two, what they are doing now, what has been happening, what caused this 2 year, 2 year, 1 year downtrend, wedge, whatever the fuck. Um, what caused this monkey rally here at the end of last year and continuing after a little bit of an intermission into this year? Of course, yes, ladder attacks, synthetic price failures, indeed. Um, saltiest future billionaires ever. You want to know why these people will never be rich? It's stuff like that. Like that's just, I mean, now I can't substantiate that with facts right now. But what else does he need to understand? The dollar. What is the dollar doing? What has the dollar done? How does that translate into stock moves generally? Um, Commodities, global events, bonds, the bond market, the 10-year yield, the 2-year yield, the difference between the 10-year and 2-year yield. What does that indicate? What has it always every time that it has indicated what it's indicating now? What does that portend? It specifically going negative. So here's 0. What does this mean? How does that affect things? All of this stuff and more. So when somebody says it's going to rip to the upside this year, this is the problem with not looking at facts. Exactly. This. Rob, you still here? You paying attention? This is why. And I understand that it's what dumb and desperate to actually want to know, to go deeper, to Oh God, R is gonna have fun with that one. To look beyond the price chart and to try to not figure out why necessarily, but likelihoods, probabilities. So when somebody says, "Oh, it's going to rip to the upside," for what reason? And how does that translate to probabilities? What do we know to be happening? What do we know to be true? And does that jive with his prediction? I would say it doesn't. I would say it doesn't. Um, but of course, I don't know. But I think it's fair to say odds are not in his favor for a massive. I mean, you have the Fed um, coming out today making some statements about the situation. You have the actual bond market. Um, let's go over to the Fed funds futures. Oh boy, this is such exciting stuff. I know. So, 1 month ago, you had basically a 20% chance that the market would that the Fed would keep rates at the current level. 20%, 19.2. 0% chance last week. So in that time, there was a 1 in 5 chance for pause, pause in rate hikes. Now that has been erased. Nobody, there is a 0% chance, according to the Fed fund futures, interest rate futures, that there will be a pause. Ant needs a pause in order for what he's saying to occur. He needs more than a pause, really, but the likelihood of a 25 basis point increased from 76 to 81% over that month, and the likelihood of a 50 basis point increase shot up from 4.2% to 18.1%. So is this indicating a likely bull run that's on the horizon? I would say no, probably not. And now, I mean, you could go as far out as you want here to June even. And see now that the consensus shifted 1 month ago from basically 25 basis points higher than it is now in June. There's 3 meetings, 2 meetings in that time before that meeting. To now, let's see, what would this be? This is 75 higher. So now there's now 52%.9. A month ago, 52.9 said 25 and pause for 2 meetings. Now the 52.9% is on another 75 higher. So 25, 25, 25. Is this indicating what he is saying? In all likelihood, no. These are the things that he needs to start thinking about. Or although maybe he shouldn't. Maybe he shouldn't. Just keep being mindlessly bullish. the the quicker that you get blown out, and we won't have to listen to you and your verbal diarrhea. Let's see here. For a group that's already won, they sure are pissy. I know. It's so illogical. What happened to all the predictions they made in November, December when they said the T plus 35 was going to be the real catalyst? I don't know. We've moved on to another point in the cycle, the grifter cycle. People actually thought it would go to 100,000 a share, comparing it to Volkswagen. Yeah. Well, then you have the November, December T90 thing. Yeah, what was that that was relating to the um ape issuance. So they have nine, and that nobody ever showed any proof of that. So they pointed to other examples. um they pointed to examples of these, I guess, some kind of special dividend or something that 90 days after there was a run up. But I mean, correlation does not equal causation. So yeah, you can find examples of whatever you want. You can cherry pick examples. What about the ones where it didn't happen 90 days? Well, we just don't even look at those. But they did get mad at people that said 100K. You're right about that, because they were saying that that was lowballing. Remember on Reddit when the floor would keep going up every month? They would add $100,000 to it or something. I mean, that's not really how it works, but okay. No one could agree when TU90 was. That's true. And I say nobody ever pointed to anything that said 90 days after a special dividend, they have to buy real shares, not synthetic shares, because there are no synthetic shares. It's a complete delusion. In fact, I mean, yeah, that fact that the market sees no distinction between any shares, that's what led to GameStop with more than 140% of the float short, because the market doesn't distinguish. A share is a share is a share. So it can be lent more than once. But as we've been over multiple times, those positions all cancel themselves out in the end, and you're left with one little share and a long position. Matt's tired, sleepy. What's the implication there, Matt? Why don't you just say it? Huh? Just say it. Let's see. All right. TRKA. Then they see a squeeze next week. Okay.
So with that being said, that's pretty much it for SPY. It still looks great. I'm still bullish here, and I was expecting that pullback. I mentioned it all week.
Yeah.
Jumping really quickly
Nope.
into AMC now. I just want to start back from the beginning and
Probably,
give everyone
man.
a refresher on my theory and explain why we're in a very,
This is what we need
very
right
good
here, the
spot right
refresher.
now. Things look very, very good for us right now still. So yeah, really quickly, just jumping back to IPO, and I mentioned this in my theory video. I'm going to mention it again really quick. IPOing roughly January 14, 3 years later, January 17, 100% move from IPO, $11 to $22, 100% move, 3-year bull cycle on AMC, followed by a 3-year bear cycle on AMC, January 17 to January 2020, repeating bear flag over and over again, so nothing but downside here, until you get to January 2020, where you get a cycle reset.
Wait, where? What? Nothing but downside here? No, I don't see nothing but downside. Whatever.
You know, this is around the time the CDC announces COVID. Wall Street thinks they're slick and tries to drive AMC out of business. AMC already wasn't, really performing too well prior.
No. I got to slow it down as much as I don't want to.
Over and over again, so nothing but downside here until you get to January 2020, where you get a cycle reset, and then,
So these cycles supposedly go back. Why aren't they highlighted there? I mean, because one of these has like, like a big run up at the end of it. I guess these two do. So where is that back here? I don't know.
this is around the time the CDC announces COVID. Wall Street thinks they're slick and tries to drive AMC out of business. AMC already.
Wall Street thinks they're slick, tries to drive AMC out of business. I mean, what an asinine statement. Don't you remember that everything closed? I mean, I'm legitimately dumbfounded by this. Wow.
And then, this is around the time the CDC announces COVID. Wall Street thinks they're slick and tries to drive AMC out of business. AMC already wasn't.
Tries to drive AMC out of business. Right. It's not the fact that they literally stopped taking customers' money. It was Wall Street. They tried to drive them out of business. That's not how it works. I would like to see an example of any company that has been driven out of business by short selling. If it didn't happen in 2008, which didn't, not because of shorting, is it really gonna I mean, god damn. Wow, okay.
Really performing too well prior to the COVID
No, it
outbreak.
wasn't.
And then,
Why is that? We've been over this too. Your boy Adam Aron, the Gonif Adam Aron, nickel and dime Adam Aron, scooping up every theater he can get his hands on, expanding. They were profitable before Adam Aron.
with the lockdowns and everything, Wall Street thought maybe it would be a good idea to short AMC.
Well, it was. It to the grave. No, but it was a good idea to short it. If you, I mean, again, though, his ignorance is just on display so clearly here. Wow. So because he's not connecting dots and he's not going beyond just looking at literally just the price chart, and he's assigning his bullshit narratives to it. But you know, they're God, it's just so absurd. Short it to the grave. Okay.
And retail catches on. They start buying the stock, holding the stock.
Whoa. Hold on now. You can't say retail. Okay. Didn't you guys see this? Did you guys see this one? Susan Trimbath is back. Oh, she's back, baby. Where is it? Where is it? Shit. Oh, I love when they say this. Fuck you, pay me. Okay. That's how you get what you want from Wall Street. Oh, damn it. Here, I think no. Shit. Oh, okay, it was that one. Susan Trimbath, PhD. Tip: stop calling yourself retail. Period outside quotation marks. It completely removes fiduciary duty from the equation, making you a consumer of the product. No, don't you know? You are the product. You are the product with payment for order flow. Government data reports refer to household investments in equities, etc. Suddenly, you are a voter, taxpayer, and someone who must be heard. Okay. Where's that quote again? Where is it? She looks dumb and desperate. She looks dumb and desperate. And her obsession with apes is comical. I mean, if you eh, clout chasing. I wonder if she teaches that wherever she teaches. Clout chasing. Anyway, I don't know where she got her PhD from. It's a good question. Hi, Lynn. New York University, the most corporate of all. I mean, I'm not really kidding, but I'm not really kidding. MBA in management from Golden Gate University. I've never heard of that. Is that a good one? Prior to forming STP Advisory Services, Dr. Trimbath, senior research economist in capital studies at Milken Institute, Santa Monica, senior advisor on the Russian capital markets project. Okay. She started her career in financial services operations at the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. Since '89, she's taught economics and finance in university graduate and undergraduate programs as adjunct, associate, and full-time professor. That's scary to me. I mean, what if your professor was like patronizing the apes on social media? Wow. Um, okay. Boring. Where's that? Where's those Z's? Yeah. See, this is an example of, that you can always find you can find a use for everything. Even people like this saying things like this. Anyway, um, but you can't say retail. And also this person here, they said it too. They said it too. I didn't highlight that part. Whoever that was that read it for us, she didn't say it. He's a god talking about Gary Gensler is just being the putz. He's no bitch. He's a goddamned spiteful person who seems to think it's okay to allow media to call us retail when we should be called investors. And our investments are not a joke. They're actual businesses, not memes. So clearly taking a page or a phrase at least from Dr. Trimbath to allow media to call us retail because the head of the SEC dictates to the privately owned, or, well, some of them, to the corporate media, the for profit media. The head of the SEC dictates to everybody what market participants are allowed to be called. It's in the SEC. It's in the Exchange Act of 1933. Go look it up. Okay. Retarded.
And never selling it, and have done nothing but buy and hold this entire time, which you could see clearly on OBV.
OBO. Oh, you can see clearly on this is like a double whammy. Oh my God, this is a double whammy. Holy shit, did he just say that? Oh my God.
And never selling it, and have, retail catches on, they start buying the stock, holding the stock, and never selling it, and have done nothing but buy and hold this entire time, which you could see clearly on OBV. Nobody.
You can see it clearly on OBV. Well, Joe Granville, you knew I was going here. Joe Granville the inventor of the OBV indicator, which this is an incorrect use of, completely incorrect. He said something interesting. Well, he said a lot of interesting things, actually. And I apologize that this is pixelated, but as soon as you think you've got the key to the stock market, they change the lock. I love that one. I love that one. It's kind of got a bit of a Ronald Reagan vibe to him. Just his appearance. Just his appearance. How about this? How about this image of him? No quote here, but digging those curtains. But relevant here is, where is it? I'm looking for it. Okay, this is a different image of it, but if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. If it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. And it's just a coincidence that OBV, if it's OBV, it's OBV. Because he created that indicator that the apes love to misinterpret and say, look, it shows that nobody's selling. It shows that nobody's selling. No, it does not indicate that. It was not designed to indicate that. It does not indicate that. And if they understood how that indicator worked, they still wouldn't understand it. They would still say that it says that they're not selling. But if you can clearly see it on OBV, and this is great, if it's obvious on something that you're misinterpreting, then obviously it's wrong. And obviously he's misinterpreting the thing, so it's obviously wrong. I've even, I try not to say obvious anymore because at least in the market, that's that's a curse. And Casey Shaw did it too. He did it too. You can see it in the data. It's obvious. It's obvious. I eat organic food. It's obvious. Seems like a soy boy to me. And I should be talking. I I love almond milk. So whatever. Okay. You can see it clearly from the OBV. All right.
Nobody is selling, and they're digging themselves clearly on OBV. Nobody is selling.
Nobody is selling. Not true.
And they're digging themselves into a deeper grave here. Keep in mind that this play and the situation here this has never been seen in the
Never
stock
been
market,
seen.
where you have retail obsessed, absolutely obsessed with the stock, and just buying it and holding it and buying it and holding it and buying it and holding it through all of this of huge unrealized losses, and just buying and holding more, averaging down, and just just buying and holding. I mean, they're trapped. We have them.
No, bull run. It's not. So, and we can talk about this if you want to. I mean, I know some people are probably sick of me talking about OBV, but you know what? Fuck you. Um, so wouldn't OBV be like buy/sell volume balance? If it's high, there's equal buying to the selling, and low, be opposite. There is an indicator of that, actually. I believe it's net volume. Um, calculated by deducting the uptick volume of a security or asset by the security's downtick volume over a period of time chosen by the trader. Net volume, a positive net volume may show that uptick in buying pressure is exceeding downtick in selling pressure in an asset. A negative net volume may show the opposite. Net volume is meant to gauge the selling or buying pressure of an asset during a specific period of time. Okay. Is this kind of what you're thinking of here? So let's look at it. Let me get these other ones off here. We're on weekly chart now, but we can go back to daily. So, let's see here. So it's going off of the chart time frame, and that's it. That's all we got. So, like, let's see here. So it says that, well, yeah, I don't know about this actually, because the net volume is just equaling the volume for each day. Minus 89, minus 76. I think we have to go on a different time frame, maybe. But it's probably still going to match that. 216, yeah. There's also one called volume flow indicator. I think it's that one. Thinkorswim has it. I like it on Thinkorswim, but I closed Thinkorswim. Volume flow, what was it? Volume flow indicator by Lazy Bear. So let's see. So this is similar to OBV, but the calculation is based on the day's median price instead of, see, this is factoring in price, which that's where OBV gets into trouble with this interpretation. Values above zero indicate a bullish state, and the crossing of the zero line is a trigger or buy signal. The strongest signal with all money flow indicators is, of course, divergence. So let's, oh, and we're on SPY, no wonder. Duh. So positive numbers are bullish, negative numbers are bearish. And on AMC here, it's clearly negative. The volume indicators on Thinkorswim are pretty good, but so this is still like OBV. But let's talk about OBV since we're talking about OBV. So we'll bring up the trading view definition. It's used in TA to measure buying and selling pressure. It's a cumulative indicator, meaning on days that went up, where the price went up, that day's volume is added to the cumulative OBV total. So you have this number, it's the OBV. And if the price goes up on a given day, then you take the OBV number as it exists, and then you add the volume from that day when the price went up. So that will add volume to the OBV value. If the price goes down on a given day, then you take that day's entire volume and you subtract it from the OBV total. So, and here's the crucial line. On balance volume is primarily used to confirm or identify overall price trends or to anticipate price movements after divergences. So in other words, you want to see whether, and think of it this way. This line, OBV, here, come on. Let's make it big. Not that big. Okay. So like equal with the price chart. So there's two axes, two, you know, directions. You got the x-axis and the y-axis. So left and right or up and down. So the up and down, whether this line goes up or down is based on whether the price goes up or down. So if the price goes up, if it's a green candle, it should go up. If it's a red candle, it should go down. Okay. Now, how much it goes up or down, that is equal to the volume from that day. Does that make sense? So if the price went up, you know that the line is going to slope upward. If it was a high volume day, like this day here, December 1st, then it's going to slope up a lot. If it's a low volume day, like this little day here, this one right here, what I'm looking at right here, this one, well, this one. Oh my God. Okay. This one, I don't know why it's so wavy like that. This day, 8 million on November 25th. That's around Thanksgiving. It was a down day, so the line slopes down, but it only slopes down by a little bit because the volume was low here. Hopefully that makes sense. So when the apes say that OBV says that nobody's selling, that's not, and that is a nonsensical interpretation of this indicator. And I've been saying this for a long time, but they just keep insisting that that's what it means. So how do you use this thing? Well, what you want to do is, I mean, generally, you see this thing move pretty much with the price. So like, here is following the contours. Up, down, up, down, down, up, but it doesn't always follow the contours. And that's where things can get interesting. So I think they have some examples here. Okay, here's an example of a divergence. So what they mean by that is the price went one way. So from this point to this point, the price went down, right? But in the OBV highs went up over the same period. So you're looking at this point, you're looking at that point. Price goes down, OBV goes up. That's a divergence. So that's a bullish OBV divergence. So that seems to indicate, well, it tends to indicate because the whole theory is based on that um, um, where does it say up here? We'll just read this. When volume on up days outpaces volume on down days, then OBV rises. When volume on down days outpaces volume on up days, then OBV falls. What this means is that essentially when OBV is up, buying pressure is up, and when OBV is down, then selling pressure is up. The basic theory behind the on-balance volume indicator is that volume precedes price. Volume precedes price. This is significant because it allows the OBV to be used for a couple purposes. You can identify trends, confirm trends, or you can anticipate price movement after divergences. So there's basically four different signals: a divergence, bullish divergence, bearish divergence, and then convergence or moving the same way together. And that would tend to confirm. So here it's saying this is a bullish OBV divergence. Price went down, OBV went up. That not always, but sometimes or usually or whatever you want to say, it could indicate that you're about to see a breakout in price to the upside, and that's what happens afterwards. or a bearish OBV divergence, what price goes up, but OBV goes down. So I think another way of saying this is you moved up on lower volume. So it's not, and also, I don't know if it mentions this in here, but Joe Granville, it was developed in 1963. I don't know if it says it in here, but yeah, no, it doesn't. It usually, in definitions of this indicator usually mention that the actual number, the actual value of OBV is irrelevant. It's meaningless because you're adding or subtracting volume from one day to the next, and it's a running total. So, like, for example, on this day here, you had 226 million and the price went up. So the OBV is going to jump up by 226 million. But then the next day, you had a volume of 212 million. So then you're going to subtract that from the OBV total. So it's a the actual concrete value of OBV is meaningless. It's nonsensical. It doesn't indicate anything actually. But what is it's the relative movement basically of this indicator. So like here, actually this is good. I'm gonna delete his stupid wedge because that failed. Totally fucking failed. This would be a divergence right here. Right? So price, this price here, it made a lower high from here to here, but OBV made a higher high from that to that. So this is how you could use it. Let's see. It's like maybe so, but divergences are found in a lot of different indicators as well. Looks like another one here. Flight, right? So this is how you use it. Um, not to say like, oh, look, Ape bought, but they didn't sell because the line is still high. Why is the line still high? The line is still high because the volume after these two events has never been anywhere close to that. So the OBV line is not going to move very much. Not because people aren't selling, because that's not what the indicator indicates. What makes OBV highly misleading is it doesn't take into account the spread of the candle, a rather useless tool. Well, I don't think so. I mean, we just went through the use of it. But I mean, I guess it's not for everybody. So let's see. There are other indicators like this, like the lazy bear one. There's also price volume trend, which is similar. Um, so OBV adds the total volume from one day to the next. PVT only adds or subtracts a portion of it, and the amount of volume that is added or subtracted is dependent on the amount of the current day's price rising or falling compared to the previous day's close. So that's not really the spread of the candle, but it's the difference in price from one day to the next. So sort of is. And it's used the same way. It usually looks very similar to OBV in terms of what it looks like. but we don't have the divergence there. Here we do. It's just a little smoother. There are others too. Thinkorswim has a lot of them too. But anyway, OBV does not indicate that nobody's selling. Please stop saying that.
Cornered. That's
Like it would say that. I'm pretty sure it would say that in the damn description. But the dead giveaway is when they say, let's see if fidelity. I love that that's what they say now. Fidelity. I think they mentioned that yeah, same thing there. They've got the divergences here. No, it doesn't say it. Come on, don't make me a liar. I think Investopedia says it. Maybe stock charts. He's also the guy who came up with the predictions phrase, a spring being wound tightly. Oh, come on with this. I mean, okay, sure, but not really though. I mean, it can be a useful indicator. Uh, where does it see? This is an interesting look into the theory too. It says the theory behind OBV is based on the distinction between smart money, namely institutional investors, and less sophisticated retail investors, or apes. As mutual funds and pensions funds begin to buy into an issue that retail investors are selling, volume may increase even as the price remains relatively level. Eventually, volume drives the price upward. At that point, larger investors begin to sell and smaller investors begin buying. Maybe you just don't understand it, OJ. I mean, this is you should be paying attention to this here. Like it's a it goes beyond the numbers. It's not about the numbers. It's it incorporates it incorporates um market dynamics. Like what does a huge day of volume tend to indicate versus a low volume day, you know? Um so and it's not nothing's 100%, but it can give you a picture. Despite being plotted on a price chart and measured numerically, the actual individual quantitative value of OBV is not relevant. Okay, OJ, sure. I'm literally reading the definition of OBV. You're the one saying that it's useless. I mean, give me a fucking break. If you find it useless, then great, so be it. I'm trying to say that it doesn't say what the apes say it says, and that it does have uses. It can be useful. To argue that is fucking stupid. Like, I mean, I I I just whatever. Um anyway, high volume days typically um tend to indicate, dude, you're gone. You're fucking gone. Like, let's see your video about OBV. Why don't you enlighten us? I'm literally reading the fucking definition. This is the thing about fucking facts. Like, this is what it indicates. I mean, you want to say indicators are useless. Yeah, some indicators are useless, but sometimes they can be useful in combination with other indicators. There's also that. You know, it's based on a theory of volume and price. So anyway, I don't really care anymore about OBV. I just wanted to say that this guy's clueless. I mean, here's the guy that's clueless, saying that OBV says that nobody's selling because it doesn't say that. But that has become a central point in this narrative. Not necessarily a central point. Okay, that maybe that's a little too much. But it's an indicator that they can point to, which they believe is like actual proof. But it's not. That's where OJ should be.
That's why the community is is toxic
I
as it
had my
is. There's
doubts.
shills everywhere. Anybody that is,
And I have a video about shills too. I have a I have a video about shills. And you know what? Absolutely. Typewriters are actually great tools for writing. I started using a typewriter a few years ago for certain types of writing, mostly like poetry and stuff, creative writing, because it is a distraction-free tool. I'm easily distracted, as you can tell. So having something that you could only do one thing on, a single purpose machine, there actually is value in that. But as Lynn says, it's not the tool, it's the person using the tool. So that's why I say maybe one person, says, "Oh, stochastic indicator's useless," but it's not. It it exists. Hitting the return carriage is so satisfying. Yeah, isn't that um yeah, and well, I have a no, 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 it is manual. I was thinking it was electric, but no, it's manual. I had to buy typewriter ribbons, and I couldn't find them anywhere that had them like in a store. I seem to remember somewhere like Staples having them one time, but I couldn't find them. Anyway, yeah, man, slamming typewriters, bad analogy, whatever. If you think I'm clueless, that Alt F4 is your friend.
on YouTube and promoting AMC
But
from
I also have a video about
a
shills.
community is is as toxic as it is. There's shills everywhere. Anybody that is, on YouTube and promoting AMC from a bullish stance, they are attacked.
Hmm.
And that's what we deal with. We deal
Oh,
with a very toxic community because we're infiltrated by paid bashers, paid shills, by
paid.
Wall Street to rattle us, shake us up, and spread.
Where's the evidence of that? Like, first of all, who's bashing AMC? I'm not bashing AMC. I could give a fuck about AMC. It's a shitty company, whatever. I'm bashing you, bro. I'm highlighting your ignorance here, man. Like, you're gonna sit there and say things that are empirically wrong. I mean, this is something that more people should be doing, in my opinion. Like, if this is um, something that resonates with people, then it's like it's kind of I feel I feel I could not sit idly by while this crap was being spewed out here in 2021 with nobody challenging it, nobody questioning it, nobody saying, wait a minute here. That's not what OBV indicates. To me, that's an important thing. that there be a variety of voices, a variety of ways of looking at something, especially when the predominant way can be shown to be false. And yes, indeed, we see that play out in the chart. So, but I would, yeah, Ron, I want to get paid. I don't know where they get this from. Um, that people are paid to bash AMC. And then when a news article comes out that reports on facts, like things that happened, they claim that that's a hit piece. And it's like, well, no, though, because it's telling you that they issued a special dividend. Oh, but the way they said it was da 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 da, or whatever their reasons are. Um, I don't think AMC really needs. Well, I don't think that there need to be paid shills bashing AMC in order for what happened to happen, because it happened not only to AMC, it happened to all the meme stocks. It did. So, I mean, it's garbage. It's a garbage narrative. Once you have the initial pop on all these fucking stocks, that's it. You might have some aftershocks here and there, but the first move is the best move. Um, I wish they'd use the word shill in the correct way. It's not meaning what they think it means. Well, there's that too. There's definitely that. But this has kind of always been a bit of a three-card Monte game, hasn't it? In a way. And what better place to employ a shill um, than in a fraudulent enterprise? The fraudulent enterprise here being this whole MOAS thing. So in reality, and I think we've talked about this before, I'm sure we have, a lot of what these clowns say um, actually positions them to be more of the shill in reality. And that just shows you how backwards and upside down this whole goddamn thing is. Really does. I mean, what was it that who was it? Ah, shit, I forget who it was now, but the video literally came off as an advertisement for AMC. I forget who it was. It could have been any of them. Trey was a shill. AB Investments. Was it AB? Ugh, that's hard to stomach for me. But Trey, somebody like Trey, who's buddy buddy with Adam Aron, Ants is a shill. Um, yeah, well, Ants is the next Trey. He's Trey 2.0, worse and unimproved version.
Spread
Okay.
FUD and lead us in the wrong direction because we have them cornered, we have them trapped.
You don't need a paid person to spread FUD. You're doing it. You're spreading FUD. You're misrepresenting indicators. You're not you're saying that chart patterns repeat and that you identified it and that's on the SPY it's a two 2 year 2 year long descending pattern when it's clearly one. I mean, is this guy this sloppy? Is he I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
So
You know who's a shill? Bam. Bam is a good example of what I would consider shilly behavior. Bam. Oh, Bam is always back when things are quote unquote looking up. And really it's just It's a narrative. It's a hype narrative. So shills are, let's say that you're, okay, here's a good example. Let's say you're at an auction. You're at an antique auction. We all love antique auctions. And by the way, I uh I slipped on my auctioneering practice. I didn't really follow through with that, but I still want to. But you're in an auction and the auctioneers, got an item and there's somebody in the crowd who's bidding the price up. And, you know, way past, like really kind of market value where it should be, quote unquote, for whatever item it is. Lynn put a thing. An accomplice of a hawker, gambler, or swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice or encourage others. I used to be a shill in a Reno gambling club. So a shill bidder is there to drive the price up. And they would be working in cahoots with the seller, the auctioneer. It's fraud, basically. Or in a 3-card Monte game, the shill plays the game. The shill plays a game of 3-card Monte with the proprietor, and the shill wins. The proprietor lets the shill win. That induces confidence in the other marks that they can win because they were following it. They were following the 3-card Monte game. They guessed correctly. The shill guessed correctly. So that now I feel like I can win. So I'm going to give you my money. That's a true shill right there. But yeah, it tends to be applied just meaning like somebody who's pushing a narrative. But as most words, there's a little bit there, there's something behind the um, meaning of it. Words tend to be specific, but over time we kind of dilute them like a diluted stock, and then it means less, like just like it's worthless. Anyway, but yeah, let's just keep going. But shills, he's the one talking about
With
shills.
that being said, January 2020, you got a cycle reset. Wall Street makes the worst trade of all time. Retail catches on, and then you
What?
have this pattern here that plays
The
out.
worst trade of all time? I don't think so.
Leading up to the January squeeze. From January, you trade another symmetrical triangle here, break out again, squeeze again, and then from there, we have seen nothing but downside in.
I like this one.
One sec. We have seen nothing but downside in a descending wedge, which is a bullish reversal pattern that we have reached.
This is a price. This is an efficient market, my friend. This is what the market does. It's very quick a lot of times to identify mispricing and to reprice it. Like nobody, I don't even think these clowns would argue. Maybe they would because now they're fundamentalists, I guess. But I don't think these clowns would. And by the way, to that guy who was saying I'm a terrible chart reader, there are traders that trade better than we do. Well, better than I do. I don't know how anybody else trades that don't even use charts. So charts are not the end all fucking be all. It's a record of the price. That's one aspect. I spent a decent amount of time trying to explain how this guy misses so much because he only looks at the chart. So chartists only, I think, is the wrong approach. So fundamentals matter, mechanics matter, technicals can matter. But anyway, what's he saying?
Recently broke into the upside and have come down to test and held
Oh, wow, to
decent
the upside.
resistance here. Very strong resistance here that we've just got knocked off time and time again. We broke out of it, came back to test and held it as support and saw a 15% bounce off of the wedge. It looks very good.
Like what he missed in today's price action this week is a lot of the mechanics of the market that were driving these prices higher, not fundamentals or technical reasons, even like mechanical functions related to the options market. The Maverick of Wall Street talks about this a lot and explains kind of how that works. So I would suggest looking at that channel. But so when people say, "Oh, it's just going to keep breaking to the upside," you have to understand sort of like the reasons behind why it probably was happening, and realize that that's a more or less temporary function. That now that options expiration is over, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the futures on Sunday. That's all I'm going to say. Okay.
So,
God, we got to speed up here.
again,
I'm taking
3-year
forever.
bull cycle, 3-year bear cycle, cycle reset here in January 2020, 3-year bull cycle again, January 2020 to January 2023.
That's 4 years. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 years. 1, 2. This is 2 years. I mean, what is the deal with this guy in numbers under 5? What the hell?
Bull cycle, we're still up on the cycle here, and we are about to get a cycle reset, January 2023 to January 2026, where we are. Now, this actual pattern, when the algo really kicked in and started running this thing on a loop,
Oh my God.
was
Give
February
me a
20th.
fucking break.
February 20th, 2020, marks the start of this cycle here.
Oh, wait a minute. Is he setting us up for another date? I thought he said he wasn't going to give dates anymore. I don't know. He said maybe I'm just jumping the
It
gun.
doesn't have to be 3 years to the day, but it's around 3 years. It's somewhere in that range. February is the month after January. It's right there. It's 3 years. February.
But now he's talking.
20th,
But so what about this one here? I don't know. And then this one's only 2 years. None of it makes sense.
3 is next
Quit
week.
trying, Scott. Quit trying to understand it. None of it makes sense.
And just from a stance of where we're sitting right now, looking to get a cycle reset, it looks like we're going to get
Cycle
a
reset.
bullish cycle here because we broke out of a 2-year downtrend to the upside and held as support and bounced off.
Oh my God.
It looks like we're about to get another bullish cycle here. And that bullish cycle, in my opinion, is going to start off with a squeeze to new highs. Now,
a squeeze to new highs. New highs. Wow. Okay. I mean, except there's only one, well, more than one, but I mean, what about, and I don't like to practice whataboutism, but I mean, you have to consider things like I've been saying, macroeconomics. So, what was happening in 2020, 2021? Oh yeah, they pumped a lot of money into the economy. Oh yeah, they gave people stimulus checks. Oh yeah, tons of people were on unemployment. They got enhanced unemployment. They made more than they did when they worked. How do you think retail traders, I'm sorry, not retail. How do you think individual investors, I don't want to upset Dr. Trimbath. How do you think individual investors had all this money to throw at all these crappy stocks? And by the way, when they bitch about meme stocks, they're the ones who made them memes. The media didn't make them memes. Reddit made them memes. But anyway, Now you don't have money being pumped into the economy. In fact, you have the opposite. It's been a while since we've looked at the M2. What's the M2? Well, if you don't speak macroeconomics geek, it's the money supply. It's the amount of money that's out there circulating, basically, for all intents and purposes. So, yeah, I mean, you could overlay this onto the stock market and probably see some correlations. In fact, I wish you could do that on here, but I don't think you can on Fred. But so there were roughly $15 trillion circulating before pandemic. 15 by the beginning of 2021, there were 20 trillion. So that's a 5 trillion increase right there. And it kept going up through 2021 and the beginning of 2022, first half. Now it started to come down. This also corresponds to the period of time, speaking of eggs for $2.99 a dozen. This also corresponds, and it's not a coincidence, to the period where inflation really took off. So there's always inflation. But when you add, just like stock dilution, what you're doing is you're diluting the money supply. That's really the true, that is the underlying reason of inflation. So what happens when you go from 15 trillion to 20 trillion? You've added a lot of money to the supply. Now each bit of money is worth a little bit less. Well, more than a little. So this is a period of loosened, extremely loose financial conditions. Money was cheap. It was easy. It was free. Now I mean, it doesn't look like it really, but and sometimes it doesn't seem like it either. But they have started to roll it over. So this is just another reason. This is just another non-chart relate. I guess this is a chart, but hopefully I'm reading it properly. Another non-stock related, non-AMC. It doesn't have nothing to do with AMC. It has everything to do with the financial system and landscape and the relative tightness or looseness of financial conditions. So, yes, during this period, there was all this extra funny money that was put into the economy, went into the stock market. That money is no longer, so it's still there, it needs to come out. Why is inflation sticking around? Well, look at the money supply. It's barely budged. From the peak of 22 trillion, it's down to 21.3. I mean, that seems about right. We're not in the same conditions we were in 2020 and 2021 in terms of money and the money supply. So again, it's not to say that something couldn't happen or that it won't in something, but this was the year of the meme stock because there was all this extra capital out there. Now, I mean, theoretically, it's still out there, but there's no, it's not being added to. In fact, they're trying to reduce it. So, just another reason that plays into the likelihood that high, um, all-time highs. I mean, I would go so far as to say it's not even possible. It's not possible given the situation. taking everything into account in toto, Rosanna says that it can't happen. Makes no sense. No more stimmy checks going to Robinhood. Exactly. 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 And it's always interesting when you're spending someone else's money, how loose people are with it. When you're spending your money, your own money, then we tend to be tighter with it. Makes sense. Dad, can I have the credit card and go to the mall? Spend more than I would if I were using my bank card when I was 15 going to the mall. So, okay. New all-time
I just want to
highs.
mention this because, maybe some people forgot, but
Oh, look at
this
that.
cycle, the one that started back here, this pattern that played out back here, that started in February 20th and of 2020, this three fractal segment here has played out perfectly here from the breakdown in the flag in November. I've run through this about 3,000 times by now. The only difference here is that
It's
this is a
still
descending
wrong.
wedge, so the price action that we've seen has been descending. So it's still the same pattern. It played out the exact same way the whole entire time. Even up to now, you could still probably argue that as you come up and retrace here, you could just argue that you come up and retrace here. With some fluff in the middle, you weren't going to just break right through the wedge. You got
No.
rejected off of it here, retraced for 2 weeks, and then you get the move up. You could probably argue that from here to here is the same move that you get
So
here to here.
basically, what he's saying now is that this is the MOAS right here. This is the June run up, which around here we called a squeeze. I mean, that was it. That was the move. So this time in the cycle, this is all that it did. Wow, what a limp dick fucking move. Look at that. That's ridiculous. I mean, he said it followed it. Pattern. I mean, as if, I mean, okay. Another thing that he needs to learn about. Another thing that apes need to learn about. Seasonality. Stock seasonality. So would suspect that there's some seasonality at play here too. Oh, Scott, it just sounds like you're just a perma bear. You can't admit. Blah, blah. These are all legitimate aspects of the market. It's more complicated than these clowns want to make it. It's very simple. Even this idiot can sit here and say, "Oh, look, it repeats. It repeats." Yeah, patterns. There are patterns. There are general patterns. I mean, that's because of seasonality. AMC does better at different times of the year than other times of the year. So, seasonality. Here's a seasonal chart from equityclock.com. So here's the seasonality. Now, this is being influenced, unfortunately, now by the June 2021 move. Last year, or in 2021, this seasonality chart, I would argue, was more accurate because it didn't include that outlier. This is an outlier move. It's an outlier move. But because this uses a 9-year range ending at the end of 2022, now it incorporates that outlier move in June of 2021. I wish we could see the previous one. But another one that could be looked at is Cinemark, to get a sense of what the movie theater industry typically does. So look on this one. There's no major run up here in June. Doesn't it seem like this would be a more accurate picture of the movie theater, movie exhibition business than AMC with that outlier move? I mean, I would argue yes. So you can see here that, the price tends to go up in like April, May, and then here around the end of May, and this is a 15-year range ending at the end of 2022. So this is even longer period of time that they've aggregated and um, kind of distilled the general trend out of. And then, of course, around Christmas time, November, December. And then, of course, January, February, we know that those are worse months for this industry. So, I mean, yeah, now you could take this chart and overlay it, and I can't do it right now because I don't have, I mean, I could, I guess, but uh, you could overlay that over um, the actual price chart and maybe see some correlations. Here's April, May, it's higher. Here's well, 2019 may have been different. I don't know. I don't know. Here's November, December. It's at an up point. Here's another. Oh, this one's February, and it's rising throughout February. So it's rising throughout February. I mean, so yeah, there are patterns, but that doesn't mean that there's an algorithm that's making it do the same thing. It's ignorant. I mean, these people think that somebody created a script that the price follows. I mean, that's what it sounds like they're saying when they say this cycle reset. Uh, you know, yeah, the price movie theaters do better at different points of the year. I mean, that's not that fucking amazingly astute of an observation. You have to know something about the fucking industry if you're going to sit there and, make these claims. Um, so, oh, look at here's the worst trade ever right here. No, it actually was probably a great trade because they closed their doors. They didn't take in any money. These guys think that even if a business doesn't accept customer money or accept a lot of customer money, that the price should just keep going up for no reason because MOAS, because apes, because squeeze, because shorts. Short interest is not going to always, and in fact, it's probably more often than not, no, definitely more often than not, gonna result in a short squeeze. I mean, as much as these apes don't want to admit this, there are reasons beyond, and this is not even a reason, it's bullshit reason. There are actual reasons why somebody would think that the price of any stock would go down. And quite frankly, a lot of the times that may be more logical than just a default bullish bias. This goes beyond a default bullish bias. It's a it's a it's it's an aggressive bullish bias. It's a irrational bullish bias, in my opinion. But um, I mean, it's just like concept after concept after concept, just butchered here. It's so bad.
And then you come down to retrace.
But I mean, who else has talked about seasonality? Oh, look, we got an Oregon high roller. Oh boy. Oh, aren't you fucking cool? You cucks will see. Apes will slaughter you. Oh, I'm so scared. Slaughter? The fuck are you talking about? What do you think? What does slaughter mean in this context? What do you think you're gonna do to people who are looking at facts, my friend? Facts. These are these are facts. This guy's clueless. I've shown that over and over and over. Just watch and see. Oh, yeah, trust you, bro. The squeeze will be next week. We've been listening to that bullshit for what? 2 years now? 2 fucking years of just wait. You'll see. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I mean, you can't just keep saying that. You know what that's called? Oh, I know you know what that's called because apes talk about this all the time. You're kicking the can down the road. That's called kicking the can down the road and not accepting reality. Period. Just wait and see. Oh, you'll see. I'm going to be right someday. You'll see. The stock market is not it's not like a broken watch. It's not like a broken watch. Like you can't just do nothing and be right twice a day. Like, I'm sorry, but grow the fuck up and take some responsibility. And people like that, I mean, you didn't even try to say anything. You just start out with a freaking ad hominem. Like, do you realize how stupid that makes you look? You realize that that tells us that you have no facts. You don't even care. You're not even trying. You're not even trying. You're just you're just soaking up the narrative, regurgitating the crap. I mean, not this person didn't even do that. But I mean, in a way, they are regurgitating the same shit that everybody else has said in here. Come in and make an insult and say, you'll see it's going to squeeze based on nothing. And I mean, the thing is, like, these people are literally setting themselves up not just for, I mean, I'm sure that well, it seems like a lot of them would, um, that they're not really investors, they're not really traders. I mean, I say this all the time. In order to trade, you have to actually like complete a transaction, which means buying something and then selling it and closing the trade. But since no apes are selling, nobody's selling. Um, I don't know if that makes you not really a trader, but I mean, there's said not only being ruined on this trade, which again, I don't care. It's not about trying to save the apes. This channel is never about saving the apes. Never. It will never be about saving the apes. And these clowns who come in here like that and just say, "Oh, you cucks, you'll see that I'm right. You'll see how big my dick is." You're I mean that's why number 1, that's why this channel has never been it will never be about saving the apes. Number 1, they don't want to be saved. Number 2, I don't think they can be. They can't be if they don't want to be, and it's not my responsibility, not anybody's responsibility to do that. This channel has always existed to call out these grifters, these frauds, like this fucking ignorant, and I say that as a factual statement. This guy's ignorant. He is unaware of so much, so much. But when all you're told to do is buy and hold and you'll get rich, it's simple. Getting rich is easy. And they used to say it was quick, but that didn't play out. And they're still kicking the can down the road. It's always been about calling out these bullshit influencers and their lies and negligent statements. It's always a question of, in my mind, does this person actually believe this? Is this person just misinformed? Do they actually believe their own bullshit? Or are they just saying it to get clicks and views, to get ad revenue and super chats? And certainly some of them are. Some of them are. Some of them are just they're ignorant, they're misinformed, they don't know that they're misleading people. That doesn't make it okay though. Make no mistake. That's just as bad. Because if you don't know what you don't know. You shouldn't be, I mean, I guess if you don't know what you don't know that you shouldn't be talking about it or that you need to have more experience. It's a Dunning-Kruger effect, basically. These clowns are so inexperienced that they literally think that they have found the key to the stock market. But guess what? Guess what? As soon as you think you've got the key, the market changes the lock. And that's what's happened over the last 2 years. The market keeps changing the lock. The apes only have the buy and hold key. That's it right there. Thanks, Joe. Wise old man who's dead. But well, he's dead. But yeah, I cannot do this anymore. This is so bad. Let's just skip ahead, shall we? Oh, what are we doing
Approximately
now?
right there. Okay. So this is our protection line. We get to feel nice and safe on this line
Protection
here.
line.
This is the hold that you
Oh,
saw.
yeah, you get to feel nice and safe. Yes, feel safe and nice and safe and coddled and reassured from your protection line. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Ugh. Or Top Gun running 2 different times. Yeah. Oh my God, Top Gun. Uh, what Adam Aron said in that one speech in Phoenix, like, it, movies are back in 20 I'm paraphrasing. Movies are back in 2022. Did you hear about Top Gun? Like, who cares about Top Gun? A single movie? That's ridiculous. It doesn't matter what the hell movie it is. AMC has nothing to do with the movies. First of all, they just show them. They just play them. They hit play on a VCR and show it on a screen. So, yes, there have to be movies, and there have to be popular movies, but AMC isn't responsible for that. They will play whatever Hollywood gives them. Also, a single movie, how much of an effect is that going to have? They like to cite the box office numbers. AMC receives a portion of that, so it's misleading. Um, and like the whole notion of arguing fundamentals or proselytizing fundamentals in this. I mean, now the apes think that Adam Aron is going to pay off all the debt, and that is going to be a catalyst for a short squeeze. But I'm telling the market is so far ahead of these people. The market is running circles around these people. And while it is, certainly true that things are mispriced in both directions, a company that is not making a profit, company that is operating at a loss and burning through cash at an accelerated rate, let's say. Um, One movie's not going to change shit. And even paying off the debt, okay? But what's your plan to stay in the black? It'd be great to get out of debt, but if you're going to go back into debt, I'm not saying it's a reason not to, but does it really change anything? You're just resetting where you are. So the whole thing is so silly at this point. If you told me in July of 2021 when I started this channel and I started receiving all this hate on a daily basis, and it was worse then, actually, much worse. Although it was worse in terms of a percentage of comments, but there were so much fewer comments, um, that it was a much less volume, but proportionally, percentage-wise, which the apes don't get, it was worse. If you told me then that I'd still be fucking talking about the same shit, talking about OBV, talking about naked shorting, talking about the function of market makers versus market participants in 2023, I would say you're fucking crazy, but I could probably also see it, but I won't be doing it. Well, I mean, it's a new class of grifters every few months. I mean, maybe that's his cycle. Maybe his cycle is the grifter cycle. I mean, we see that. We see these people talking about all this shit. And then a few months later, we see another person, a new person, talking about all the same shit again, as if they didn't go through it before and it didn't do shit. Now it's supposed to. Like Astro talked about the fucking fabled cycle theory back in 2021. It was nonsense then. He even says it's nonsense now, I think. Well, I don't know. Don't quote me on that. But he's changed his tune. Um, this cycle nonsense, and then it was Rico. Rico took up the torch of the cycle theorists, and now we got this. And each time it gets worse, which is hard to imagine that it could get worse than Astro. I mean, his Discord was like a goddamn zoo. It was ridiculous. Not that I was in it, but on the live streams, whatever. Yeah, Ron, you're exactly right. Throwing millions at 5 billion does not get anywhere, I think it means, it is meant to say. But yeah, Aron, proud of himself because they paid down 300, whatever, was it $300 million of debt? I mean, do they know how many millions are in a billion? I don't know if they do. Doesn't seem like it. Like, why are you excited about that? First of all, why are you excited about that anyway? Why are you literally excited about a company paying down its debt by a minuscule amount? I mean, that's ridiculous. There's so many ridiculous things. Okay. Protection line, got it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Did he find? No, he didn't. Never mind. He didn't get the premium trading.
It's up a little bit better.
Maybe he did. I don't know.
Okay. I have to throw a bunch of stuff on now. I already have this set up. And I want to show you guys where I think we are.
That's not the same. It's not the
I'm
same.
not going to be giving dates, but you can look at what I'm showing you. I'm going to paint a picture for you. I'm not going to give dates, and you can, do what you want to do with the information I'm about to show. So, I've said a million times that, we followed the pre-January squeeze, the 3 fractals perfectly up until the point where, oh, there it is, protection line. I feel safe.
Oh, good.
Nice. All right. So I mentioned that,
like this to me, the guy who, whatever, this is all meaningless. This shit right here is worthless. This does no good for anybody. I mean, you can't just look at the fucking chart. I'm sorry, but there's stuff behind this chart. This chart tells a story. Hey, that's one of those market pearls of wisdom that somebody said at some point along the line, and I heard it and I liked it. So I say it. The chart tells a story of this company. Looking at the price divorced from the story, it would be, it just makes no sense. Like, what happened here? Why did these things happen? What was happening in the economy? What was happening in the company? What was happening in the industry? All these things and more. It's all reflected there. You can't just look at the chart. I mean, I guess you can if you're trading on technical only, but can you really predict a squeeze from the chart? Are you kidding me? Who predicted GameStop? Who predicted the AMC run up, except for the guys that were literally out there saying, "Oh, it's gonna any day now, any day now." And then when it happened, see, I said it would. Well, yeah. Congratulations. You were like a broken watch once. They literally were a broken watch that was right once. It was right one time, if they even said it. Not, they weren't right, but they said, "Oh, it's gonna pop, it's gonna pop." Did. Okay, great. You said it was gonna pop 2 months ago, and then it went up at some point in the future. Okay, I'll give you that one. But what about since then? Well, the market's changed the goddamn lock. Over and over, the market changes the lock. The apes fail to get a new key, and they're sitting here wondering, why does this key not work in this lock? Wait a minute, it doesn't even fit in the thing. It doesn't even fit it doesn't even fit into it. That's where we're at now. And I would just wonder, when do the bolt cutters come out? And I'll let you guys figure out what that analogy is supposed to mean, because I don't know. I don't want to think about it, but at some point, somebody's going to pull out an angle grinder. I don't want to be around. Oh, fuck.
It's up, bounce up over here, and then you're just trading sideways here. And there's a resistance here.
Yeah, I
that
mean,
you
this is
just really
all
can't
just,
see.
it's
I would
meaningless.
be like,
This does nobody any good. None.
we closed at 524 today. I do not expect to see anything lower than 524 next week.
Why would you say that?
I'm not giving
How
you.
many times have you been wrong when you've said, well, I don't expect to see this? I expect to see that. I don't expect to see this. Nobody can predict the market. I mean, there are theories essentially that, in terms of statistically, that prices are basically random on the short term, in the short term, very short term, intraday. But there's an overall trend, and what these guys seem to be arguing is that, oh, it went above this line, so that means that it is going to continue going over the line, which clearly didn't happen. And we've seen these extended humps before, or if you want to call it that, like uptrend and then some consolidation and then rug pull, for lack of a better term. So, I mean, hey, maybe I should adopt the cycle theory. I mean, that's not so dissimilar, is it? But that's not what they want to see or hear. So you have to find, oh, well, it's going to do this, and then cut the cycle off right here. Hey, I know, Let's cut the cycle off right here. Then we can just make that repeat. I mean, give me a break. But yeah, it pops up sideways, pops up a little bit more, and then comes down. Maybe that's what we got here. I don't know. But this chart only analysis,
Dates,
I mean,
and that's all I'm going to say on that. Just 1 second. I'm not
getting
listen.
tired. Holy shit.
Also, I'm not saying that it's impossible to come back
Oh,
down
yeah.
to the bottom of the wedge here and form a.
Oh, here's the insurance policy. Here's the put option, so to speak. I'm not saying it's not going to come back down, guys. I'm just saying it's going to go up.
Carve this out a little bit more so you get more of like a W type move here.
Oh, the
before you
W.
go.
Who? The W. Oh, God. Fucking W.
I'm not saying that.
How about how about a head and shoulders? How about that? Yeah, maybe. That would put you way down here, bro. Phew. Or here, let's put in a ghost feed. Oh, they're blue because the apes are sad. Well, it can't go below 0, so I guess that's not accurate. First stock ever to go into negative prices. We'll pay you to take it. Um, ay, ay, ay.
That's impossible. I'm just saying I don't think it's likely, and I believe the bottom is in here, and that we're about to
Based on what? Based on all this crap? All those lines? The protection line?
see upside next week. One more thing I wanted to mention. From a technical standpoint, you get rejected off of a 2-year downtrend here, retrace, break it, see some more upside, and then you come all the way back down to test the breakout, test the descending resistance line. This was resistance for 2 years. We broke out of it a few weeks ago, came back to test it as support.
No, it wasn't. It was not resistance for 2 years. Stop saying that too. God damn. That line did not go at that angle for 2 years. And by the way, what is the rhyme or reason to this line anyway? I've said this before, probably keep saying it because that's what I do because they keep saying this shit. So what can you do at this point here? This line would have gone like that. Then it would have gone like this. Then it would have gone like this. Then now it's to this, I think. No, now it's to this. So we're not using these highs. We're using these highs here. Why? Or no, I guess we are using those. Sorry, we're not using this high because if you use that, well, it's it's above the top of the wedge. But I mean, even that works really. But he wants this to be above it, so it has to be here, right? That's where he's got it basically. Oops. So you can pop above it, but what I'm saying is this line would not have been anywhere close to this angle in this whole region right here or right here. It wouldn't have been. So that line has changed. It's changed angles over time. And I don't have it in the right place anyway right now. I see that. It doesn't matter though. It makes no difference where you put this fucking line. It really doesn't. You could put it here. You could absolutely put the line here. Then you have the price following this trend line here. And now it's going sideways. So this is a sideways section. But I mean, I question the whole notion of a bullish wedge anyway, especially with this much overhead supply. Why is it that the price has never gotten back above this? Oh, shoot. What did I do? Okay. Why is it that the price never got back above this level here when, why is it? Come on. There we go. Which, incidentally is kind of I mean, not exactly, but we could mark this range here maybe of here where the price came down and bounced up here back in July or August. And now it can't get above that level. I mean, are they able to put that together? I don't think so. This is it's absolutely I feel like channeling Trey right now. This is a supply zone. A supply zone. a bag holder supply zone. So these people, whoever, are not allowing it to go above that because they're literally selling. Some people are breaking even. Some people are losing less. The ones that are losing the most probably aren't doing shit. So yeah, first it was here. First it was back up to the top of the top line. Then again, now it's to this line. So what's next? This one? Probably. Maybe. You got your GameStop supply zone, bag holder zone. Well, what's next? This one? I mean, yeah, it sort of was. It bounced and vibrated in this zone here, and it popped above it, but it came back down. I mean, these guys, these clowns would be better off, you know, just looking at basic support and resistance supply zones, maybe on a volume profile, mark some key levels, and just, trade it the way it is. Laura, $145. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means.
$2.2 trillion.
Oh
Pretty
boy.
crazy
Oh, here we
move.
go.
A short squeeze here. OPEX was today.
OPEX?
Here. And I know, OPEX is every week, but really quickly, I just want to show you something. Looking at
OPEX. It sounds like a crude oil thing. OPEX cut production.
OPEX in January 15th, 2021 was the OPEX date. So jumping back to the chart here, January 15th, right here, January 15th, 2021. What followed after that?
140 AMC Entertainment, $145. Well, maybe in the hyperinflation dystopian society that we're heading into, maybe it will be. But a price of a movie ticket will be $4,000. So, but in terms of where it is now, you're literally talking about a stock that closed today at $5.24. Okay. It really doesn't reflect well on analysis skills and charting and everything, really. Common sense. You're talking about $140 higher than it currently is. You're talking about this price going to here. That is not going to happen. That will never happen. It just won't. You need another pandemic. You need another pandemic that kills 4 times as many people instantly. And even then, probably not. If we learn from this one, which I doubt that we would, but it still wouldn't happen. Oh, look, another person with nothing to say. Jeez. Well, you know what? You know why? Because your narrative fucking sucks. This squeeze narrative is the most ridiculous bullshit that I have ever heard. And I think I'm not alone in that sentiment. This is the most absurd nonsense. This is the most pie in the sky bullshit that is completely disconnected from reality. I wonder in their fantasy, you better go to bed, Bubba. It might be past your bedtime, buddy. Go ahead. You're free to leave. How long does it take to get to there? How long does it take to get from $5 to $140? Well, you know what? We can look since this is about fundamentals now, right? Oh, they're going to pay off the debt. Now, this has splits. It has splits, so it's not going to be exact. But let's just for Laura, we'll do it for Laura. Where's $5.40? That's pretty close, although it's too high. Too high. But this is a monthly chart, so these are months we're looking at here. This is a single month in one chart, one candle, but this is really close right here. 543. That works. 549. I'll give you the extra few cents, right? Yeah, I'll give you the extra cents. So we were looking at it here. And believe me, I'm not saying that AMC is Apple. That's not what I'm saying. 2007, when did it hit 145 for the first time? Oh, yeah, of course, during the stimulus period. Of course it did. Even successful, profitable companies had this ridiculous move after the pandemic here. But of course, things were getting pretty goddamn retarded anyway for that. But that, after the pandemic, it was like a hold my beer moment. Okay, so 145 is there. Yeah. So you're talking about over 2,400, almost 2,500%. Almost 2,500%. It took 4,905 days for Apple to go from 564, let's say, 594, whatever it is, doesn't matter. It took 4,000 days, almost 5,000 days, which I believe is about 15 years. Well, yeah, we have it. It's 13 years, whatever. 14 years to go from that to that. And think about all the stuff that happened in between. I mean, you had, I'm going to have to look. I don't remember. I mean, Steve Jobs died in 2010, I think, or 11. Oh, thanks, Wikipedia. 2007. Here it is. Oh, look, the Apple TV came out and the iPhone. Okay, I was thinking it came out around then. So Apple released the iPhone around this time. Did the stock explode to, I mean, it went to $7. And this is a split adjusted chart. So, but I mean, it's still relevant. Remember the iPod and the iPod Touch? MacBook Pro came out, was new then, or was newish. All these things. Look at all the stuff that Apple did. All the stuff that Apple did. I mean, and I'm not an Apple user. I have been in the past, in this period here, in the G3, G4 period, if you will, the blue and white G3 tower, and the mirrored drive door G4. Apple people know what I'm talking about, I'm sure. But those were the days. The IBM Power PC chips And then after that, it was like, eh. It was an experiment. You know, you experiment with things when you're in college, various things. That was one of them. Went to a Mac computer lab and I liked it, so I got one. And then I didn't like it anymore. But and I had an iPhone experimental period in here somewhere in 2017, and I abandoned that one too. So, but anyway, you know, my experience doesn't matter, so I'm not going to make it about that. All this stuff. I mean, Steve Jobs changed the world. If you listen, if you know Bill Burr, I feel like that's worth watching. Just a little bit of it. Oh man, if you like Steve Jobs, probably hate this one.
Actually, Nerd Jesus died in the last year, right? Steve Jobs. Yeah, he died, right? I know. A lot of nerds here tonight. I know.
God
You're
damn it.
sad. I didn't get it. I didn't get the big deal they made about that guy. When he died, they were like, he changed the world.
He
That's what
changed the
say.
world.
He changed the world. The world was one way, and then Steve Jobs came, and it was another. What did he do?
So you can watch the rest of it. I don't want to get in trouble, but Jobs got everyone in the world to look down. That's a good one. That's a good one. Anyway, hey, the apes want to make about fundamentals. We can talk about that. We can talk about, you know, innovations. We can talk about profitability. We can talk about um, celebrity CEOs. We can talk about all that stuff. This is what that looks like, and this is the story behind this chart. So I mean, you can't have it both ways, is what I'm saying. In other words, it's a short squeeze. Okay. No, it's about fundamentals. When we pay off our debt, that will make the stock price shoot up. Okay. Well, I mean, here's a successful company. This is what a chart looks like. And I think really, I mean, at the end of the day, don't we really have to just erase all this and ignore this here? I mean, this is where Apple should, quote unquote, should be. Now, that's a bullshit thing to say, I know. But supposing we don't have the pandemic, which, I mean, Apple was not hit as hard as a lot of other companies. I mean, from the highs to the lows, 34%. And in a matter of 3, 4 months, it's already popping higher. So I can hear it now. Well, but there's nothing like AMC. It isn't. Absolutely. It absolutely is not. But this is still a chart that goes from $5 to $145. And it takes several years, and it takes a lot of innovation, and it takes a CEO dying and being reborn in form of, I'm not even going to say it. It just doesn't work like that. It just doesn't work like that. But Volkswagen, yeah, but Volkswagen, that was a different scenario. That was a different scenario. They want to talk about Volkswagen. They want to show Volkswagen. They want to make the association, but they don't want to actually read about it and learn what happened. It's not anything like this. But GameStop had a short interest of over 100%. AMC's is not. I mean, it's, really, it's too bad that the shorts had to cover then. They should have just held on to their shorts and put up the collateral because they would have been okay in the long run. Probably. Maybe they would have been better. Anyway, I'm done with this guy. This guy's terrible. This fucking horrible. This guy's much better.
What's up, this Frankie? Let me say I'm not a financial advisor. Anything that I say in this video should be used for entertainment purposes. Whatever I say in this video is my opinion. It may not necessarily be factual. Don't buy, sell, or hold a stock because of anything that I say in this video. Also, don't vote on the proposal that's coming up based on anything I say on your.
You know, oh man, I just lost my train of thought. Crap. Shit.
In this video, do your own DD. Look, and I got all my email. I got my stuff from Fidelity today, man. In the emails, I got 2 emails, man. I voted.
Yeah. With no iPhone, I believe you'd have no Robinhood. And with no Robinhood, you would have no AMC. None of this would happen. And the ultimate irony is without payment for order flow, none of these people would be here. Because where were they back when there was a commission? Where were they? I mean, besides too young to trade, where were they in the 90s and 2000s? Well, the whole culture is different. We didn't have meme culture the same way. We didn't have a pandemic, but nonetheless, if you don't have payment for order flow, you don't have zero commission brokers. If you don't have zero commission brokers, then you don't have this stampede of retail investors. And yes, I'm going to say retail investors. F you, trim bath. And if you don't have an iPhone, which as much as I don't care for it now, at the time, it was revolutionary. Here's a phone that's just a screen. Here's a device that's just a screen. I had an iPod Touch, and it was cool. It was really cool because you just touch it. Cell phones before that were terrible. I mean, quote unquote smartphones. You had Palm phones and Windows phones, and not the Windows phones of 5 years ago. I mean, you're talking like primitive looking. You had, other various proprietary systems and softwares, but they set the standard. The iPhone set the standard. I have no problem admitting that. Um, it's a preference for me, but doesn't mean I hate it, or it doesn't mean that I can't admit that, or acknowledge, let's say, that the iPhone changed the paradigm for what mobile devices were going to be. It absolutely did. And I use an Android phone, but at the end of the day, it goes back to that too. The Razor, oh man, yeah. So I don't even know what the point was for that, but um, there's a lot of entitlement. Maybe that's the point. There is a whole hell of a lot of entitlement. Thank you, Model 3 dude. Um, I mean, whatever. I do have one Mac actually. I forgot because it's a piece of junk and it's literally the F key stopped working one day randomly. Just the F key just stopped working. It's a MacBook Air from a few years ago, but I really can't use it for much. So it sits collecting dust somewhere, but um, yeah, okay.
All that garbage. So I've already taken care of all that. Well, look,
And Apple's
I
done
think
that a lot, actually. So
Our AMC
set
short
the
squeeze
paradigm.
play is one of the dirtiest short squeeze plays that the stock market would ever see.
Dirtiest. I
And
love when they
think,
say that this is the blank, the most blank of the stock market has ever seen. How do you know? How do you know that? Do you know about Piggly Wiggly? Have you heard of Piggly Wiggly? I know he does because he's from the South. But does he know about the short situation with Piggly Wiggly back in the 20s, 30s? It's escaping my mind exactly when it was. But I mean, that was a pretty dirty play. No, he doesn't know about that because this is the me generation. It's the meme stock, me generation. It was 1923, 1923. And you had a corner happen, but it backfired, unfortunately. It's a great story and a cautionary tale. But how can you say that? Like, you don't know what you don't know. I mean, I try to be cognizant of, okay, what are the limits of my knowledge? Oh, the date's escaping me. I don't remember the exact date. 20s, 30s. I mean, there were ways around it. You just can't have this much goddamn self-confidence and narcissism and this massive of an ego. How does he even fit into this room? How does his head fit into this room?
the level of corruption, fraud, theft, criminal activity, stock market manipulation, backbiting, lying, and cheating. I don't think we'll ever see another short squeeze play with those things in it at this level. You see what?
Oh, we'll never see another one. Okay, how about this one? The Piggly Wiggly short squeeze of 1922 and how it's similar to GameStop. How about that? Oh, oh, right. Don't read about Piggly Wiggly from Reddit. Whatever you do, just don't. Save yourself the misinformation. I don't know who the person who cornered the market on GameStop was. Herbalife. Well, they know about Volkswagen. Okay.
I'm saying, and for those that have diamond handed through this the way I have, I hope y'all make a lot of money. You see what I'm saying? And I was watching Lou from Wall Street. I was watching this video, and he said something that I agree with.
I don't think he's from
He
Wall Street.
said that AMC is
He's
probably
from the streets.
one of the most Wall Street stocks out there. In essence, it's a Wall Street stock. You see what I'm saying? And it's a stock in which he said also that the one percenters are being protected.
Wait, what does that mean that it's a Wall Street stock? Every stock is a Wall Street stock. Every stock has Wall Street ownership. Last I looked, AMC was like 25% institutional. I don't even care. Doesn't even matter.
From any harm coming to them. They being protected in our short squeeze play. And then he said that if one of them get hurt, it'll be as a result of them doing something stupid. You see what I'm saying? And see, my only
Oh, you mean like what happened in 2021 that has not happened since? Because guess what? As soon as you think they keep changing the locks, why doesn't the key from 2021 work anymore? Huh? I wonder. Why hasn't there been another um, hedge fund blow up, massive, from these stocks? Or maybe they're just suppressing. They must be just suppressing the news. Clearly, it's happening, and they're just not telling us about it. They're protecting the one percenters.
caveat to that.
They changed the locks. The keys are worthless. They don't do any good anymore. You can't just do the same thing over and over and over and expect Wall Street to just roll over and be like, okay, well, I guess we got to buy it back now and make a short squeeze. It's not how it works at all. That's a delusion. That is completely a delusion. And it makes sense on some level that these people would believe that because all they have done is listen to each other and jerk each other off for 2 years. When for a year and a half, I've been sitting here saying, look, you should question this. People need to question these clowns because I can show you that they're wrong about this, and so on. But nobody cares because we live in the most entitled society, the most entitled society that I've ever lived in, which means nothing. But it seems like it's pretty entitled. It seems like it's pretty ignorant, really, at the end of the day. And most people don't make money when they trade stocks. Most of these people are not going to make money when they trade, if they trade AMC. You got people that are literally saying that they are proud to hold the stock to zero. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? That's willful ignorance. These people, they don't want to be educated. They just want to come in, come into a channel that's saying something different and not respect it. No, no, they disrespect it, which I don't care. I'll just block you because it's distracting and move on. I don't care who it is. I mean, I would never block any of the regulars. It would take a lot probably. But um I mean, I don't think people have really fully grasped this concept that in order to be successful, you have to fail and you have to acknowledge your failure and you have to learn from it. And it doesn't matter if it's in the stock market or in any other field or hobby or activity or ability or anything. Nobody is born with the ability to just trade stocks profitably without having to work at it. I mean, I suppose maybe, but for all intents and purposes, you, that doesn't happen. Nobody really is born with the ability to play the piano or the guitar or the drums. You have to learn it. I've mentioned these books before, uh, the talent code, talking about greatness isn't born, it's what is it? What's the tagline? Greatness isn't born, it's grown. Here's how. And it talks about dispelling this myth of, oh, well, I could never do that because I'm not good at it. Some people are just born with the innate whatever. But this is an evidence-based book that talks about how that's not correct. How the people who are the best at something at one time were not the best at something. They had to work at it. They had to admit that they had to work at it. They had to, push themselves and they had to be real with themselves, not delusional about it. Doesn't mean don't have confidence, but it doesn't mean having an inappropriate ego or any ego until a certain point maybe. Um but they expect it to happen. Oh, they have to buy all the shares back. They need our real shares. Motherfuckers, nobody, nobody, nobody who actually trades stocks in a profitable manner sits there and talks about synthetic shares or versus real shares. That's nonsense. Completely nonsensical. And I would even entertain the notion that Wall Street came up with that shit because they are a dirty bunch. No question about that. Is it illegal? I mean, are they engaged in illegal activities? Probably. I have no idea, and I don't fucking care. Because again, that's a distraction. Doesn't fucking matter. You're not going to do anything about it, even if it is happening. So why focus on it? All you're doing is making your account balance go down because nobody's listening. The only people who are listening are people that are saying the same thing. And that's the problem. That really is the problem. Everybody wants to talk. Nobody wants to listen, especially to someone who's saying something that makes them feel uncomfortable or maybe that they've made a mistake. Guess what? We make mistakes. You have to admit it sometimes. You have to take in different opinions. You have to look at things from a different angle in order to see how you have to look at your car from different angles to make sure that when you polished it, it actually does shine the way you want it to. If you just stand in one place, you're not going to see it. These are life lessons that, go far beyond anything that is the scope of this channel. But I've always thought that, well, analogies carry over from one thing to the other. You know, when I was teaching, I love to use analogies because people understand different things. They understand whatever they understand. So if you are a car person, then you understand, what the I don't know, what the whatever part does. Okay. So there's probably something in this other thing that's similar, and I can make you understand it by relating it to that. But you have to want to understand it. I'm saying these people, they don't want to. All they want to do is make fun of somebody who has 10 viewers because they think that they're 4.1 million strong and that nobody's selling. Um, okay, it is. It's their money. They can throw it away if they want. They can't call JG Wentworth. No, they can't. That's one place they probably will never have to call unless they injure themselves at work or their parent dies or something. But I mean, like, it is their money, and that's why I don't care. Like I say all the time, I don't care what people do with their money. It's not about that. It's never been about that. But I would think that in assessing, you know, how true the narrative is, that you would think, wow, okay, well, maybe whatever. And but all that all that we've seen many times is people come in, say some kind of stupid shit and be like, "Oh, I'm glad I found your channel. I'm buying 100 more shares Monday." And it's like, "Okay, you're an idiot. What do you want me to say? Oh my God, please don't. Please don't buy more AMC shares. My overlords, you're killing them. They're getting crushed. You're winning." No. All right, sorry.
Is that I agree with them being protected, but the only thing I think that would dismiss them
Okay.
from being protected,
So, whatever. Frankie's delusional here.
people that's been profiting from this short squeeze play, making money off this play, is Aron, the board, and the one percenters.
Oh, that's
And
not
for 2
delusional.
years,
That's
man, we've been
true.
a cash cow for them. We've just
So
been
why? So why are you still doing it? I mean, is anybody going to sit there and dispute what he's saying? Aron made millions of dollars. Board members made millions of dollars. He's not wrong. Where did that money come from? Maybe we should ask Casey Shaw. Let's ask Casey Shaw. Oh my God. I didn't know it was this. Whoa, that's a funky chord. It's like a kumbaya.
It's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we
This is awesome.
do is we buy and hold.
Wow.
There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will
Exactly.
be fear and cloud.
They think that it will though.
Those heads
And then they get pissed.
panic and fear really
I bought 50 shares and the price didn't move. Well, it's because you don't understand how the market actually moves. You don't understand how the market moves, which we've talked about here. Because I realized, we realized that, wait a minute, they don't actually understand what makes the price move. Like,
but it's all in your head.
and of course, it's volume. Yeah, this is, I'd rather listen to Bob Dylan. That's saying a lot. Just kidding. Sounds like a church song almost. Like, yeah. Sounds like a church song. Like, I don't know. Whatever. Great. That was very enlightening, Bad Back. Thank you. Thank you for that.
These are
I was hoping to explain where the losses went when you lose money in the stock market. I that's burning in my my head. I don't know, where do the losses go when you lose money in the stock market? If you had asked Casey Shaw that 6 years ago, but now he's a market expert who's been trading since the
some of the
90s.
same people.
How old is he anyway? 40? How the hell was he trading in the 90s? Give me a break.
These are the people that saying go along with the reverse stock split. Go ahead and vote for it. And in my opinion, man, the reverse stock split is going to be a disaster, just like the ape share was a disaster. You know, I think the new stock price that come as a result of the reverse stock split,
Oh,
I think they're
man.
going to short that into the ground just like they shorted ape. You see what I'm saying? Because nobody wants to stop the criminal activity that's taking place with AMC stock.
See, that's
Not
where
even the
we
powers that be,
that's
not
where
even
we
Adam Aron. You see what I'm
diverge,
saying? And so
like that OBV. Oh, I took it off. Oh, there's our $145 line. Can you wait until 2033? You might have a shot if the company doesn't go bankrupt before then. It will probably.
also, I know a lot of people saying, where Adam Aron, man, he got the yes vote wrapped up.
Hey, Russell. Who are they in this statement? See, we don't really know who they are. They is very nebulous. It's very, you know, it'd almost be better to use the passive voice. Yes or no, we will get screwed over, or something like that. Short hedge funds. What exactly do the market makers have to do with this? I never understood that. Market makers aren't trading positions to profit. they have a legal obligation, and this is something that, I'm definitely going to do a deeper dive into Dodd-Frank and go into this. But market makers have a legal obligation to remain neutral. So they make their money on the difference between what they buy it and what they sell it for, like trading to you or me. They don't establish positions um, the way that a market participant does. They're not market participants. And at the end of the day, market makers don't have hedge funds. Oh, you're thinking of that one because it has the same name. Oh, okay. I mean, making some assumptions there. We don't like that. We don't like that. You're free to think of whatever you want, but in terms of evidence, I mean, first of all, where's Manuel? He's here? He usually jumps in here with this, but I don't see him um, actively participating right now. He's probably at the bar, but there's actually no evidence that Citadel's shorting these stocks. Like, where's that evidence at? How do you know that? How do you actually know that? I mean, you're a smart person. You understand evidence-based thinking. You understand support and citation. Where's the evidence that Citadel's hedge fund is actually shorting AMC or GameStop or any of these stocks? How do you know that? Where's the evidence? I've never seen that on the AMC subreddit. I've never seen it on the GameStop subreddit. I've never heard Ken Griffin say that. I've never seen it on any regulatory filing. Where's the evidence? I mean, and this is a serious question because it speaks to like one of the central things of this narrative. This narrative is based on assumptions, and I'm sorry, in the stock market, an assumption is it's like a death sentence, as you can see. Oh, I gotta reset this. But I mean, think about it. How do you know? How does anybody know who's shorting anything? There's no way to know that. And I'm not saying that they aren't. I'm saying that we don't know. We don't know who is doing what unless they voluntarily disclose it, which why would anybody? It's like showing your poker hand, which wasn't it John Wick? Was it John Wick sniping who said, "Oh, I show my poker hand. I don't care. I show it. I still win." Oh, okay. Sure. That's why you're trading meme stocks. But, you know, I mean, I think that's a fair question. And anybody who cares about their money, why aren't they asking these questions? Instead, they're asking, well, what about the FTDs? What about the synthetics? Like, are those really the right questions to be asking? Because the answers to those questions don't lead you anywhere. I've explained FTDs. I've explained the concept that the delusional belief in something called synthetic shares, and explained that the market doesn't have a distinction between any shares. A share is a share, whether it's been delivered to you or not, doesn't matter. It's already affected the price. FTD doesn't matter. Doesn't mean that somebody needs to buy it. Doesn't mean that. In fact, more often than not, it seems like it's not indicating that there's going to be buying associated with it. If you look at the charts, the price and the FTDs doesn't correlate. So That's an assumption that gets regurgitated. But, and I'm sure that there are people out there who say, well, Scott, you're a shill for Citadel because you're defending them. No, I'm not defending Citadel. I'm asking the question, how do we know that Citadel is shorting whatever stock? And the answer is we don't know that. And gauging by Russell's silence, he doesn't have any proof either. And I know he doesn't because there is no proof. There is no proof. You'll never know that unless they come out and say it. That's the system we have. The apes want to sit there and talk about this and that and all these mechanical, inane details of market mechanics and plumbing that they don't understand. But they aren't asking the most basic questions like, wait a minute, okay, I I know, and that's the first mistake that I made because apes, they don't know. Maybe they do know that short positions aren't reported. We don't have proof either way, but you think they are. You think all these things which haven't ever been shown to be true. And isn't the burden of proof on the person who's making the claim, making the assertion? I mean, the apes love to come in here and, give me the third degree about everything and prove that naked shorts aren't blah 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 blah. Why don't you prove that they are? Why don't you prove the positive? Why don't you prove the affirmative? That hasn't been established. So we're under no obligation to disprove anything in terms of this logic. That's the way logic works. If you say that something is true, show it. If not, I'm sorry, and I don't mean this personally, but if you say it's true, show the evidence. If you think it's true and you don't have evidence, kindly shut the fuck up. And I mean that with love, really, because at the end of the day, this shit is ruining people. It's not only ruining people financially, it's fucking them up mentally. And don't get me wrong, I don't care. I don't care what happens to people in general. It's not my problem. But I mean, this is to me, see, I'm going to go a little bit more macro here. It's a societal issue. It is a dumbing down that has taken place to where now people will literally all you have to do is dangle a carrot in front of a bag of popcorn in a whatever it is, helmet or whatever the heck it is, nickel and dime, Adam Aaron, Gonif. All you have to do is say, look, all you have to do is say, look, all you have to do is buy this movie theater stock, and it'll get rich because they're they are naked shorting AMC. Okay, but isn't that an oversimplification? So nobody's asking questions, and to me, quite frankly, I don't like driving on the same roads as these people because I don't want to die. I'm kidding, sort of. But knowing that there are people who are this careless with their money, they're not asking any questions, it has effects beyond them. People's actions affect other people. And while I don't care if the apes get financially slaughtered, I don't. In fact, we look forward to that, honestly, when they will actually shut up, and they still won't. Um, this has consequences beyond the individuals. And, I don't like it. Are you saying AMC is a legit play with no corruption and manipulation? No, I'm not saying anything. I'm saying the narrative as it's being presented is false. That's what I'm saying. Don't put words in my mouth. That's a technique. This is a tactic here. This is a tactic. No, that's not what I'm saying. And don't take that to mean anything other than that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the narrative, as you have swallowed it, is false. I have shown that since July of 2021. That's what I've done. I've fact checked these morons on YouTube and sometimes on Reddit who talk about this shit incorrectly. The reasons that they give are false. The predictions that they make are false. They do not come to pass. What more, I mean, really, what more proof do you need than those two things? Objective wrongness and a track record of proven wrongness. So, theoretical wrongness and material wrongness. I can boil it down to, you know, that. The theory is wrong and the results suck. Yet, people believe it. What does that say about you? What it like that to me, that is some weak logic. And then people ask me to disprove it. I've already done that by simply looking at each element and going into it and doing some basic research combined with, a few more years of experience than most of these people probably, but not a ton, but before the pandemic. So, you know, take that for whatever, but and the guys that were in here lobbing insults earlier, I mean that's the way that's the route they go when confronted with anything that's not to the moon, buy and hold, ape strong, all that garbage. To me, and this is just my opinion now. This is social engineering at its finest. I think the apes have been played. I mean, clearly they've been played. I mean, there's no question about that. You've been taken to the cleaners. But who's responsible for it? That's what I don't know. It could be Wall Street. It could just be the the influencers. It could be Adam. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. But it's just fascinating to me because Ortex can come out with something that would seem to support the ape theory. And they're not the only ones, but they're easy target. Yet they've been wrong too. They're that Ortex data is so worthless. It does nothing. No trader that I know, nobody who trades stocks profitably uses something like fucking Ortex. It is a complete piece of shit. And it's coincidental, maybe, that the guy who started Ortex is, a Wall Street guy, an institutional guy. Yeah, he's got something that he can sell. Like, people are literally so hung up on the short interest that there's a guy who literally every day, 3 times a day, posts the Ortex update here, and people get excited when their estimated short interest goes up or down, or the cost to borrow maximum is whatever. Is there anything more meaningless than this garbage here? The only thing that matters here is the official short interest down here, and it's so out of date that it doesn't matter either. But at least it's actually, you know, empirical. It comes from the exchange. But anyway, oh, short score. Now, why did they add short score? This was added. They didn't have this before. Why did they add that? And why has it been basically between like 85 and 90 on AMC for the past year? What exactly does that mean? Short score. What are the metrics there? You know what? I think Peter from Ortex just types in random numbers because that's, as far as I can tell, this shit doesn't mean anything. Short score of 80, nothing happens. Short score of 90, nothing happens. The- And beyond all this, Wall Street keeps changing. Wall Street's changed the locks, but the apes still have to 2021's key, and they haven't realized that yet. I mean, this is a key now. The lock and the key that you have never seen. You don't even know what the shape of the key is. The apes don't. They are literally still using a skeleton key, like in my grandma's house. The like three little, you know what I mean, old fashioned. And that, that's like I said, that's a death sentence, or you're going to be stuck out in the cold, whatever analogy you want to use. But anyway, why aren't people asking for this evidence? Why aren't people saying, well, and Manny usually says that there's no evidence that Citadel's shorting AMC. I mean, that's true. There isn't. There isn't. Because Ortex gets a nice monthly fee for delayed info, and they had to add stuff to make it look like it's a value. Well, you don't have to pay for that. I mean, you can get that, the delayed data that is the data that comes from the market itself. That's freely available. So what they do, and I guess maybe I'm being a little harsh on Ortex, but I'm not in terms of the value of Ortex. I think the value is pretty clear that it's worthless, but um, the way that they track the live short interest. So this stuff on the next one, this stuff here, live short interest, the borrowing data, that is interesting. And I'm not saying it's fraudulent. I think that that actually does reflect the securities lending demand and whatever. But there are peculiarities about this. So, for example, when a share is returned, it doesn't get returned until after it settles. We know that settlement is 2 days. So, but they present this as yesterday and today. So they're saying today, which is this line, the heel line, today, 1.5 million shares were returned. The problem is, so that would seem to indicate that 1.5 million shares um, were bought back today. It doesn't say that, but that's the way that people interpret it usually. The problem is, no, that indicates that they were actually returned today. So that means that they settled today, which means that the trade date was actually 2 days ago. So this return share, this is a T minus 2, basically. This is from 2 days ago. Borrowed shares, however, that is, as far as I know, updated several times throughout the day. So it does reflect what was borrowed on that day. But borrowed does not mean sold, doesn't mean shorted. So, I mean, it could, but it doesn't necessarily. So when you have this borrows in the middle. Borrowed change, then that's the two minus, returned minus borrowed, or borrowed minus returned, I guess. It's negative. Um, what is that actually telling you? You're looking at borrowed from today and then returned is technically today, but it's indicating a trade from 2 days ago. It just doesn't really make sense to me. How does 412,000 help anybody today? What is that actually what is actionable on this? Actually, what is actionable on any of this? You're going to go out and buy something because the cost to borrow, the maximum amount that anybody paid to borrow one share potentially, we don't know how many, but we could, for the sake of argument, you need to assume kind of the gamut of ranges. So it could be one share by one participant at 955%. Is that actionable? No. What is that? It's useless. It's useless data, in my opinion. So there's that kind of stuff. But then there's the bigger concept of trying to force a short squeeze, which is kind of not really that great of a thing to do. I get it. I understand people want to make money and they want to fuck Wall Street over. You did it one time, but they changed the lock. I mean, it doesn't get much. Well, I'm not going to say that, but it's not that difficult of a concept, really. But you have to be able to think in a contrary way to what most people are thinking. Because if most people think that this is going to happen, well, again, it comes down to if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. So much comes down to that. But, oh, short interest is all time high. It's obviously going to squeeze. It's obviously wrong. Cost to borrow is 1,000%. That must be hurting them. It's obvious. It's obviously wrong. Everything. Now, that's not to say that sometimes obvious moves don't happen, but was it really obvious, though? I don't know. Can you believe Scott does this without a producer? No, I can't. Yeah, well, yeah, yes, I can, but I'm not really doing much. I'm not doing anything here, Lynn. Stop it with that. I'm just sitting here bullshitting. I mean, but I mean, the thing is, what I think people maybe understand. I mean, I know that subscribers understand this and some other people, but like I am making an honest effort to do this. Like I say that I don't care if the apes lose money, and I don't because it's not my money. I'm not concerned with what other people are doing with their money. I'm not making any decisions about my own strategies and whatnot based on what anybody else is doing. That's another problem here. That is another problem. Retail investors or individual investors, they are not a single unit, and it will never be like that unless there is some kind of extenuating circumstance like COVID and all the stimulus and stuff. Then it could be, but I even question that. But because I mean, hell, let's just say for the sake of argument that the run up in June of 2021 was caused by institutions and Wall Street. And the narrative is that it was retail investors. That's what the media said. That's what Trey said on TV. All this kind of stuff. Just for the sake of a thought experiment, let's say that that's false, and it was actually retail. It was actually institutional investors and Wall Street firms that decided to um, run the price up, or it was caused by options hedging by market maker who has a legal obligation to stay neutral in their market making business under Dodd-Frank, and it was interpreted because the apes are so self-centered and narcissistic, and they think that they've uncovered the crime of the century. They ran with the fact that it was retail investors who caused it. And then the media picked up on it because they love a good grift. They love a good narrative, a good grift. And so the media, the financial media ran with it because they could sell more newspapers with that, right? So but I mean, so what if? How would anybody know? They could be being totally played from top to bottom right now, and they would have no idea because and I say that is probably that's I have to check the Fed fund futures for the probability, but I'd say that there's a greater than 25% probability that that's the case because um TikTok. Oh, TikTok. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like who's TikTok? I don't see them in the chat. Um, and this is true too, what Bad Bag's saying here. And the fact that you have this narrative that doesn't make sense. You have, you know, these people pushing garbage that doesn't make sense. It's factually wrong. It's been shown to be factually wrong, yet they still say it like nobody's selling. On balance volume says we're not selling. Well, guess what? You don't know how to read on balance volume then. An on balance volume is worthless. It's a terrible indicator. Okay, maybe you're a terrible trader. I don't know. Um, these are all red flags, you know, red flags. And I mean, in this case, I mean, I have to say the red flags were well advised. And the red flags are simply that, you know, you have to question it. You have to demand evidence. You can't just say they are shorting it. You can't just say, you know, whatever, nobody's selling. Well, guess what? We've got plenty of people in this chat right now who've sold AMC who may or may not have been apes. They might have been apes. They might have just been retail investors trading it. They might be hedgies. They might be giants, hedgies, but nonetheless, people are selling. That's clear. You can't say that people aren't selling. You can't say that this indicator means this when it doesn't mean that. You can't say that Citadel's doing this. You don't know what they're doing. Nobody does. So why would you assume that they are? Why would you make decisions based on that speculation? It really is a case where remember all the remember your why stuff? That's all social engineering. That's all designed to get people emotional. What happens when people are emotional? They spend money that they shouldn't. They spend more money than they should. They make bad decisions in general across the board. So if you can inject emotions into this narrative, you got a leg up on it. And that's exactly what they did. And they, in this case, means the influencers and or the media. Remember all those documentaries that were coming out? Why did they come out with those documentaries? Was it really because they wanted it to be over? Was it really because they just wanted to highlight how smart these retail investors supposedly were? Was it because they thought they knew that they could make money off of it? Sure, absolutely. But this is the grift that keeps on giving. It truly is. And Frankie Muhammad's right. Everybody except the apes made money on this. They were the ones who got fucked because of their decisions. This is what I'm saying. Frankie Muhammad and others, they want to bitch about this, moan about this, cry about this, gripe about that. All these details of the stock market, all these basic and advanced details that don't matter. Basics matter, but not like on a daily basis, but you should understand how the order book works and what makes the price go up and down. Then they add this emotional narrative onto it. If you sell, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Yeah, because where I'm sitting from, I see a lot of people that regret not selling. And I've heard that from people who said they were apes. They regret not selling because at least they would have made some money, but they didn't. They were greedy, they were egotistical, they were undereducated, and they bit off more than they could chew. They thought they had the keys, but you guessed it, they changed the locks. Stock market changed the locks. And they said, "Hey, you got in here once because we didn't lock the door." Essentially, not that you had a key. It's not even that you had a key. We just didn't lock the door. Imagine that. I mean, you see what I'm saying? The apes never had a key. They found the door open. But now they got 4 different locks on that bitch, and they're changing them, and there's a combination, and they're changing that every day too. They have an unwillingness to learn and adapt. Bull Run doubled his money put into AMC, and he's happy. AMC kind of taught me the market, and now I trade daily. Not always a winner, but it's fun and better odds than any casino. You're one of the lucky ones. And see, it wouldn't have been enough for these people to double their money. No, it wouldn't have been enough to 36x their money from $2 to $72. That wasn't enough because the influencers sat there with their hands together and said, "This is not the squeeze. I swear it's not. This isn't the squeeze." And we still hear that. "Oh, I think you'll see a run up before the vote, but it's not going to be the squeeze." Like, you have to sell this thing, oversell this thing, the narrative, that is, to say, well, yeah, if the price goes up, though, that's not the squeeze. Well, how do you know it's the squeeze then? What is the squeeze? That's the biggest move. That already happened. But yeah, I mean, and better odds than any casino. Thank you for saying that. Thank you so much for saying that because that's, like I made this analogy like I do. Um, if you could go into a casino and you could have advanced knowledge on which slot machines were more likely to pay out that day, which doesn't exist. I'm not saying it does. I'm just saying if you could know that, then you could go into the casino and you go to that slot machine. Not that one, but that one. That's the stock market because it still is a gamble. There's still an element of chance because you don't know what's going to happen. There's no guarantees in life in general, certainly in the market. Hell no. Because if it's obvious, it's obviously wrong. That's a guarantee, you know, that's too obvious. That's too much on the obvious side. But um shit. Um yeah, you see what I'm getting at, I think. I just lost my train of thought. I gotta wind this down. Let's see here.
Short squeeze play. Man, I think all y'all hopium content, I think is garbage. You see what I'm saying?
Me
In my
too.
opinion, man, Aron, man, he ain't finna checkmate nobody. In my opinion, Aron, he ain't finna cause the short squeeze. If the short squeeze take place, it'll be because, man, we
Oh yeah, the slot machines, right. So yeah, to follow through the analogy that I forgot I was making. That's an analogy that I've said before. Because it's not straight chance, but it's also not 100% quote unquote doing what it's supposed to do, which there is no supposed to do. Because if it's obvious to you, then there's a strong chance that it's not really right. But yeah, each company, each ticker in the analogy would be a slot machine. So you can go in with background knowledge, not only of the company itself, but the, the price history, the chart, what happens when it gets to this level, usually those kind of things. And you could have a better chance. You can have a better than 50% odds, potentially. That's the goal of making money. And, you know, and I'm as guilty of it as anybody else, not taking the doubling the money. Like if you're up 20, 30%, I mean, and it's so hard to do because yeah, I'm a small retail investor. I don't have an account that I can day trade in, so I'm limited. And that's another roadblock. But at the end of the day, that's what it is. So I don't want to take profit at 20% because I want to let it run. If I take profit, then that burns a day trade. Now I have to wait for 5 days or whatever. And don't get me wrong, I think there are plenty of problems in the stock market, but I don't care about them because I can't do anything about it. It doesn't matter. And I can adjust what I'm doing and the way I'm thinking to, you know, hopefully not get around it, but, not get trapped in it or whatever, or, do things smart. The apes are just using AMC and other failed memes as an excuse for their failures in life and how shitty their lives are. Blame Citadel, Kenny G, the market. Yeah, I think you're right. They would never admit it, but I mean, what kind of person would sit there and say, well, it's this person's fault that I'm not rich? It's coach's fault that we didn't win state because if he had put me in, we would have taken it. Lessons from Uncle Rico. All right. I did want to get to this. I don't know. Coach Cola. Coach Cota. Has anybody seen this channel?
Congratulations. Everyone who watched my video yesterday, you made some money on AMC. AMC stock, we were looking at buying this one yesterday at about $5. Look at where the stock is now. We're live in the market right now. It's at $5.51.
Yeah. So like I said, there are ways to get around things usually, or sort of, and cash accounts certainly are a good way to get around it, especially for options which settle overnight. So your funds are available to trade with the next day, which is really, in my opinion, the cheat code, if you will, for option trading on a cash account. So for day trading. So I do like that option. I do like that option. And I have an account that's set up for that.
On our profit target. It doesn't get any more real than this. If you're not already making money in the stock market, make sure you're subscribed to the channel and you join our free Discord.
I'm gonna have to end it after this video. I'm
it's gonna make
falling
you
asleep
tired
over here.
of winning. Update on the Rocket Trader Inner Circle. We traded a stock called SER8.
Okay, I don't care about that. I came for the squeeze, my man. Came for the squeeze.
Check that out.
Stayed for the fundamentals.
I'll leave the link in the description of that as well. But AMC stock.
I came for the squeeze and got squoze. I came for the squeeze and stayed to pay off the debt. I came for the squeeze. I don't know. Best thing the casinos ever did was exchange cash for chips. When you don't have the physical cash in your hands, it doesn't feel the same. First thing you need to realize is that it is the same. Yeah, it's true. I was listening to something that was comparing cash, casino chips, and crypto. And the difference there being that casino chips hold their exchange rate. They're always going to be exchanged for $1 or whatever. A dollar will always be $1 on chips. So with digital assets, it swings all over the place. Bull run. Have a good night. I appreciate you being here. Take care. I love how these grifters and grifter groups only show their winners and never hear about how many losers they had before that winner. And I can attest to that in terms of, you know, winners versus losers. But the thing is, like, well, I'll never show positions on here. Might talk about it, might show it in Telegram in the chat, but I don't go down that route, whatever. Um, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me to do that. Not because I'm afraid of anything. Well, I'd be afraid of influencing people, which I don't want to do directly and specifically. But I mean, yeah, if we looked at my trade history, it would be horrendous. Please hit that like button on your way out, but don't leave yet.
AMC stock, what's going on with this? Can we expect it to rally more? Yes, we can expect AMC to rally more. Why? Because of a few key points, which we're going to go over today. And you're also going to learn exactly where I'm buying and selling
I got
my
bingo.
stock. I have over an 80% win rate on my trades if you follow along.
What? You guys believe that? 80% win rate, over an 80% win rate on his trades. What? I think you got to pick a lower number to say that's right. Exactly. I mean, come on. Or he's a bull market genius. And the only reason I haven't seen him is because he hasn't been putting out videos because the market's been shit last year. And now it's a bull market again. Yeah, right. Oh, he's got stuff from 6 months ago. Okay, they started their channel 7 months ago. I mean, I'm seeing a lot of rockets here, so yeah, it's a bull market genius, it looks like. And I say genius, I mean that very liberally, very loosely. Oh yeah, join Telegram. The link to that's in the description. Telegram chat, not a scam. Those motherfuckers. Oops. Let's see. We're back there. Subscribe and hit the notifications bell. Come back and bring a friend. But if you're going to argue, bring facts too. So, and I guess facts can be your friend. Facts are your friend. They are, my friends. Okay.
You can expect to do well. This stock AMC is uptrending despite the overall weakness in the stock market. The SPY here is down 45 points currently, and it's rallying slightly right now. But overall, the only thing we can say for sure about the SPY is it's uncertain. It's uncertain. So the overall stock market here is doing poor, but it's also holding a level. It's expected to rally at least a little bit today and possibly tomorrow as well. But we never know what kind of new economic data can come out
9 hours ago.
The SPY to weaken.
Today and tomorrow
affects the overall stock market. If you don't already know that, let me go over that for you. The
Thursday.
SPY, the S&P 500 Trust, this ETF will show you the performance of the majority of stocks. If the overall market, big market, is doing poorly, that will affect the way that the overall market and the overall individual stock performs. Okay, so if the overall market is not performing well, guess what? We're not going to perform well in individual stocks either. We want to be trading stocks that are not only doing well in and of themselves, but also we want to be trading those stocks when the overall market is doing well. Now, I am a day trader, meaning I practice
or you could learn how to trade other strategies. Because stocks don't always go up despite what people think. Yeah, this is well, anyway, I'll
form of
withhold
trading,
judgment.
But if you are not a day trader, then this is still going to affect you because
Tony's
as a
live.
day trader,
Oh boy, I better not go in the chat. I'll get blasted for stealing content. Like I would steal his lame content. I mean, God. Okay.
this is how
Now, Model 3 dude, if you bring up Tony and we end up getting another repeat performance that one night in here, and y'all know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna ban you. Just kidding, but also, I mean, it is what it is. That I got taken on that one. I got scammed. I'll admit it. I got conned on that one. I should have known better. Should have known better. Somebody come in here saying that they only listen to Ants Trades and Tony Franzetti. That is the deepest red flag I have ever seen. Looking hindsight being 2020, I'll never make that mistake again. But you know how things tend to be. You somebody says something, and then something weird happens. You know, and these hedgies, they're on to me. I know they are. But I think I've outsmarted them for now until they change the lock again. But
How you
getting a
should
lot
do.
of mileage out of that one
As a
tonight.
day trader, you should
But that's the thing about wisdom. Like, especially that comes from somebody else, like that was experienced and knew what they were talking about and doing, and that came up with like wise concepts. They tend to apply a lot of the time. It's crazy. Who would have thunk?
look at the overall market each day. If the market is strong, that's a day you should be day trading. If the overall market is weak, that's a day where you should not be day trading because you are literally setting yourself up for failure. If you're a swing
So trading to him means buying stocks, clearly. All right, I got it. Bull market genius. All right,
Hey, Billy, I got every
this is the last video. It's the last one I had. I took a couple suggestions from the chat over here. Yeah, well, a few, couple. But this will have to be the last one. I'm dying. I mean, I'm falling asleep. I'm not actually falling asleep though, because that would be funny.
last dime in AMC. I
All
got
right,
a couple.
starting over.
I got every
All right, I'm gonna make a challenge for myself. I'm not gonna stop at once. I'm gonna let him talk. I'm gonna let him say his thing.
Hey.
I'm just gonna listen. I always say you better listen, or you should just listen, not talk. I'm getting all my talking out right now. I'm just gonna listen. Mike is muted. Here we go.
Hey, Billy, I got every last dime in AMC. I got a couple of other trades that I started just to do, but I ain't got the money for it. I got to come up with a shit ton of money. Found out from the dentist that they're gonna have to basically redo my entire fucking mouth, or I got to get dentures at 44. My pay last year was cut over $1,000 per month. Paying for these cars, paying for my kids to go to fucking private schools and special schools because I want to keep them away from the bullshit that's happening out there. Trying to pay this mortgage on this freaking piece of property and living off of cut money because why? The market's fucked. So that means all my clients, okay, all my retired clients aren't buying because they're more concerned about money. So no matter how good of a salesperson I am, I'm not getting the kind of work and the commissions that I used to get. And I'm tied up. 2 fucking years I'm tied up. Almost 10,000 shares in AMC, the most I could do, the money I could put in, believing that it's going to squeeze with life-changing money. I saw $317,000, Billy. You know what $317,000 would do for my life? And what kind of changes that could make for me? But I passed it up for this community. I passed it up for all those people in all of our little DM chat groups that were saying they were diamond holding. And all the bullshit I heard from so many of who I don't even know how fucking real are they, Billy? Honestly, at the end of the day, how real are they and what do they really give a shit? And then I try to gather people together to fight and make a difference because I believe that the Wall Street is crooked as fuck and it's killing my clients. And so I want to put together an event to get people out there, and all I did was be attacked by these OG so-called AMC apes or not supported whatsoever and put down. You want to understand, maybe you'll understand why I'm so fucking jaded. On and on and on, they have done nothing but claim we're going to squeeze, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. Moving the goalpost, catalyst after catalyst. And now, in my eyes, this reverse split, it's going to take back 90% of all my hard work. And that was a message I had sent to somebody I know. I know I'm not the only one. I get DMs and emails from a lot of folks that are the same way. I mean, how do you not over leverage, go all in June of, in 2021? As much as we believed, as hardcore as we were as a community about how this is going to squeeze and it's going to be way life-changing money. I mean, even I mean, come on, how do you not at the time put everything you had into it? Everybody I knew was YOLOing. Everybody I knew was buying in. So how do we not? I mean, I know too many people that did the same thing, and people want to make fun of us, put us down. Oh, you should have never over leveraged. Yeah, I should have sold in June. There's so many times I should have sold, right? I mean, theoretically, that would have been the smart thing to do. But no, most of us didn't. We understood what diamond handing was. We understood that we were going to hold for real life-changing money, which is crazy. 317,000 would have been life-changing. Maybe I was the greedy pig, but I believed in the community. And I hear it, man. People DM me. They're going through the same pain. And I tried to express it in a lot of my videos, but I'm not Trey. I'm not these guys that have made millions off their YouTubes or even made thousands off their YouTubes. I've made 2,200 bucks. I keep trying to say that because in 6 months, like I've made 2,200 bucks in 3 hours with one customer. Like it's not paying me. I actually believe that we could have squeezed. I believed in the community. I wanted to keep the community aspect. It's a military thing. But just like with veterans, we keep our circle of people pretty small for a reason. And the more and more I see, the more and more jaded I become with the disgustingness. Oh, there's my pig. Look, she's hungry. I become towards certain or quite a few different what we call AMCs. It's sleeting like crazy out here. It's cold, and I'm wearing my naked shorts. I don't know if you can see it. There we go, naked shorts and my boots. But you know, to sit there and take all that abuse that I've taken and the attacks for just wanting to believe in something, believe in you, believe in the ape underground, believe in the money. I've said it and I've been saying it. Yeah, I'm running out of time. I've been saying it. I can only kick the can of waiting for this to happen so long. I've got so many expenditures that I'm out of time. I got much left. And frankly, what's happening with this proposal, I didn't go YOLO into AMC to hold out for a recovery fundamental play and continue to hold for another year or two for them to become financially stable. You know what I'm saying? Or that wasn't what this was about. This was about, we trapped the shorts are gonna freaking collapse and they're gonna have to pay us. That's what this was about. That's the way I understood it. And then last but not least, I had to live with the guilt that I was one of those guys excited, talking, pumping, all over the place, sharing, okay, I'll get you some food, sharing with everybody, friends and family, which I have a lot of friends and family, about how serious this was. And they made decisions, whether they bought in or not. But I know them, and they're losing money. I take that serious. That's my integrity on the line. And I don't want to see this need to turn out to be that I was a lie, or what I pumped gets taken away because of some actions to save AMC. That's hard for me to live with, knowing that I was a part of that. And I get it. A lot of other guys don't care. They just do it, and they pump opium left and right, all over Twitter, all over social media, all over YouTube. They make those videos, draws in the views. They're making their money off of it. But I said, man, I told you guys, I can't be that guy, especially not anymore. I can't just sit there and blow smoke, because I did it. And now I feel guilt and I felt shame, because yes, I truly believe that this reverse split is going to take away my last 2 years of everything I've done. And that's real for me. And some of you, it ain't real for you. I understand. And you don't want to hear it because you still want to try to maintain as much positivity or hopium or whatever you can. I get it. I want to too. I got almost 10,000 shares. I got so much bills and money I'm going to have to come up with next month, into this month, into next month. So I pray that I have been wrong. I pray that this cuspous change, this reverse split, all these theories and things that are being pumped out of social media and everybody's saying it's going to happen, I pray that it does for the sake of all of us. Because I know so many of you out there are suffering, and my suffering and the things that I'm going through aren't any worse than yours. Because it's your issue, just like mine's my issue. Can't be more transparent than that. Can't be more real than that. Call me a shill, call me names, call me whatever you've been calling me. But I still live with my integrity. And the other thing for me is knowing how many customers or clients, retired folks, everybody that's hurting out there too in general in our society, stock market and what they're doing. The corruption is disgusting. It's horrible, these elites and what they're getting away with. And I keep saying it, some of you AMC folks really need to get in contact with and really pay attention to what happened with the MLTLP people. Oof. And what happened with them, what happened, I keep saying it, what happened with the GTII people, and there's so many more people out there, what's happening in their investments. That's got to disgust you. That's got to make you want to stand up. And that's what I really want, is to get people to stand up, get Adam Aron to stand up, get these more CEOs, get Congress, get people to stand up so that we see real reform happen. So that we have a fair and transparent market, one that we can compete in. That's really who I am too now, right? I think I've shown that. But yet, what do I get in return?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I do not know. But hard to follow that one up, because he's very close to realizing this is a massive scam. And, it's probably time for him to, I mean, who cares what he does with his shares? I mean, it's moot point at this point. But the best thing that he can probably do, in my eyes, is yes, exactly this. He needs to go vigilante and tell his story viral because that's terrifying. And definitely use the bunny. Um, but yeah, I mean, like the part, and the thing is, we've talked about a lot of that stuff here, um, including even earlier, um, the fact that people's decisions and their actions have consequences that ripple outward from them and they affect other people. So we didn't mention it this time, but we have talked about this in the past. All the people who convinced and coaxed and, you know, changed people's minds and got them to dump money into this too because they believed in it and they got other people to believe in it. Now suddenly all those personal influencers, so to speak, now they're all liars or grifters, or they got scammed and then they passed the scam along. It's like an STD. They got an STD called AMC and they gave it to their own family, for Christ's sake. And that's twisted. But um, you know, I think the thing is, you know, you got to be honest about it. You have to, you know, own it and accept it, not just acknowledge it, but you have to accept it. And, you know, if those people are friends or family and, and you're honest with them, and I mean, you have a better shot of not getting shot. But, yeah, it's probably time for him to stop making videos pumping AMC if he still does that. I We typically don't even watch his videos. And to pivot to something a little bit darker, not darker, but not like, whatever. Because he's got 7/8 of it right there. He's got 7/8 of it right there. The 1/8 that he needs to, you know, grab his balls and just run with it is the whole narrative is flawed. The narrative is flawed. It was a narrative that was flawed. It is flawed. Anti-narrative. Anti-narrative. Yep. So, man, if there's one person on YouTube in this thing, that probably, well, I don't know, whatever. Assuming that he's not totally full of shit, which is entirely possible too, but I don't get the sense that he is, but who knows? I mean, the whole Occupy SEC thing is a bit weird. Like that's a lot of trouble to go through for something that you should know is not going to have any effect on anything and that will garner hate. He could be naive. I mean, obviously. Um, but it's one thing to buy into something that somebody else is pushing, naive, or it's another thing to like actively do something like that, naive. I don't know. Some people do think that that stuff does something. I don't know. Yeah, I agree. He seems to be legitimate. He seems to be heartfelt there. Um, it's all the info is there. All of the stuff, all of the data or lack thereof, really, more fittingly, is out there. It's not hard to find. As I've said many times over and over, this is a narrative that once you start looking into it, it debunks itself. It truly does. When you actually look into it and you actually start looking for facts. And if you don't have one, like Citadel shorting AMC, it doesn't matter if in the end it turns out to be true. I repeat, it doesn't matter in the end if it turns out to be true. You didn't have evidence for it at the time. So that's a legitimate decision. You could make the, non-evidence based decision and it could turn out to be true also. That's true. But when given a choice, I always go with the evidence. And sometimes you're not going to win them all. You're not going to have everything right, but it's better to have a process that is going to protect you from nonsense and grifters and frauds because you demand evidence. I don't care if it ends up being true. If you can't show me that now, I'm not writing a check, kind of thing. So I don't understand why that is such a foreign concept and it garners so much hate and it garners so many clowns coming in here and whatever. I don't care. But the thing is, like I also said before, this shit is affecting people in a number of ways, not just financially. It really is time for people, and I'm not saying this because I want people to, do anything specific, but it's time for people to take a hard look at this. It's time for people to start asking some questions. It's time for people to start having some goddamn common sense. and think about when has it ever happened that some random anonymous person on the internet, which by the way, I am, but I understand that. But I'm saying question it. Ask questions, demand evidence. I don't care who tells you that or who tells me that. That's like, what's the word? That's like abstract advice. It's not specific, it applies to everything. And at the end of the day, you know, it shouldn't matter. It should not matter. How many more like him who aren't talking about it? The negative ripple of YouTube AMC grift. Well, I don't, yeah, I mean, that's scary to think about. We've seen people living in hotels with children. We've seen people living in hotels with their kids in a hotel room. We've seen people live in their cars, hopefully not with their kids. Hopefully, if they did, the kids at least aren't there anymore, i.e., they've been taken away. Uh, we've seen every emotion from pride to uh, despair and everything in between. But we haven't seen any proof. We haven't seen anything that tells us that what the narrative says is actually what is. And as time goes on, it seems like, you know, you're going to get more of these Marines. You're going to get more of this because the reality is people don't have unlimited money. As much as these people on Reddit want to project this unwavering confidence and brass balls, that's not real. Now, I don't know if they're fake accounts. I don't know if they are just keyboard warriors, probably most likely. I don't know. But it's not that revolutionary of a concept that online people act differently than they do in the real world. I mean, that's why we used to call it IRL, in real life, because we knew that online was not real life. This has occurred online, not in real life. But the narrative, I'm saying, the narrative is an online narrative, but the effects of it are IRL. And nobody is addressing that. Or they're just saying, well, just be patient, just da 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 da, just diamond hand, which is really paper hands. This, I've said it many times. I'm going to say it again very forcefully here. It's time for this shit to end. It is time for YouTube, I believe, to do something about this shit. Or whoever. I don't know who or how or what, but there needs to be a change. This shit is ridiculous. It is absolutely absurd that there are people making thousands of dollars a month by promoting lies, misinformation, falsehoods, and perpetuating a fraud online, on social media, on YouTube specifically, about a stock, about stocks in general, about the stock market. It is patently absurd that this shit is allowed to stand. Number one. Number two, not only is it on here, they're making money off of it. Those are ill-gotten gains. You cannot lie or be misinformed and pretend like you aren't and put out garbage like this every day, literally every day. Every day, every fucking day, there is this bullshit on here every day. This is fucking wrong. All of this. I mean, not the specifics. Of course, the specifics are wrong. I mean, I've been over that over and over and over. But this shit is ridiculous, and something must be done. You want to march on the SEC? You want to make some change, positive change? Stamp these fucking clowns out. This guy should not be talking about anything online and influencing people, let alone fucking finance. Give me a break. Neither should this guy. This looks really good. We're in an uptrend. Yeah, you wouldn't know an uptrend if it smacked you in the dick. You wouldn't. This guy's going to get fucking crushed. This is another guy I hope he doesn't have guns, which I'm sure he does. This guy needs to go back to fucking Russia. This guy needs to go back to fucking prison. Sorry. I mean, but I do believe that some of these people are guilty of securities fraud. There's no question about it. Absolutely. All these guys. Lou? Oh man. Fucking Lou? All of them. YouTube needs to make a change. They need to take a hard look at this and see this is the problem with our system because they're making money. These clowns are making money. Everybody's happy. But at what cost? You can't fucking do this. This is not right at all. And the fact that short sellers near the edge must know info from Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank. Yeah, I get my financial advice, not financial advice, my non-financial financial advice from a guy named Uncle Frank. Uncle Frank, the one who touched you in the bad place. Uncle Frank. Jesus, give me a fucking break. This guy, Froggy Stonks. What is he? Is he an AMC hater? Is he an AMC pumper? Which way is the wind blowing today? I don't know. But he needs to grow some balls and start speaking the truth. Quit sugarcoating shit and get real about this fucking shit. Who cares how this fucking clown here, this fucking goof, is voting? Why would anybody care? Why would anybody care? Nobody cares. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter how anybody votes. Doesn't fucking matter. This guy knows nothing about AMC. He knows nothing about stocks. He knows nothing about the DTCC or the CFTC. He doesn't know enough to know that agency. Why? Why are you calling out the CFTC? Because you just want to seem like you know what you're talking about. That's a problem. Actual people do. You don't. Benji is another one that belongs in Guantanamo. Put his ass in Guantanamo. I mean, all these guys. Tony Franzetti. AMC proxy vote breaking Delaware law. Oh, okay. Yeah. The story was broken by Tony. He discovered it. Give me a fucking break. And what is this? What's the actionable item here? What are you supposed to do? Sue them? Absurd. This guy needs to go back to the fucking institution, the mental institution. Al from Boston, you don't even want to know. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. Brokers paying cash for AMC. Oh, brokers are paying cash for AMC shares. They are desperate. What does that mean? They always pay. This guy, oh my God. I just want to punch him in the face. Only this guy. This is the only person that I just want to slap right across the fucking face. That smack that fucking squint right out of his eyes. Is Antara done? Antara done selling their unlocked shares? How the fuck do you know? And what the fuck difference does it make? You're so fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. You're fucked. Everybody here is fucked. If they don't start asking questions now and stop making fucking bullshit price predictions that they don't know about, nobody has a clue. Nobody. Nobody has a clue. Everybody already wants it to go up anyway. They all think that they've figured out the fucking combination to the lock. Everybody, all these people, they all think that they have. Guess what? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You know it. As soon as you think you've got the combination to the stock market, they change the fucking combination. They change it. And you're back outside looking in. That's all I got. Have a good night. Ask questions. Question these motherfuckers. We have to figure out a way to get this shit to stop. I mean, I don't know. I know it's probably not possible. Maybe I should retool that petition. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I should, we're not doing a protest, okay? Don't even go there. I want something that'll actually produce results. But this shit has gotten far out of hand. I don't care what stock it is at this point. If it's misinformation, it's misinformation. You know, no. It doesn't fucking matter. YouTube has policies against this shit. They need to start enforcing them. They need to start looking at this shit and putting, you know, a little bit of integrity. I know that's crazy to say in capitalism because what is integrity? We just care about the dollars. You know how I feel about that. It's bullshit. I don't want to live in a world where this shit, I mean, this is idiocracy coming to pass right now in front of us. This shit, it is. It's idiocracy right now, right here. For every one of these grifters, there's probably 1,000 people or more, 10,000 people, who knows? Many people who actually take it seriously and they believe the shit because somebody on the computer is telling them to believe it. Hey, look, this proves it. People aren't that smart. People aren't capable of doing research. I get it. It's on them to do it. They got to start doing it. Here's how you kill them. They have to make the decision themselves. They have to question it, look into it, and discover and be able to admit. So a lot of these people are fucked. No question. They're fucked. I want these people to stop reeling in more people. I want them to stop lying. And if you don't know what you're talking about, for God's sake, don't start a fucking YouTube channel unless you're going to tell people, hey, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why you need to question everything. Because guess what? You were going to believe me no matter what I said. Maybe that's how you do it. I don't know. I don't think there's any way. But at the end of the day, fuck, this is some bullshit. And quite frankly, I'm sick of it. I'm sick of all this garbage. I'm not going to stop talking about it, but this is nonsense. I don't know how the fuck these people can live with themselves. Really don't. Sometimes I kind of wish they wouldn't. But Frank Nez, well, that's my cue to leave when we start talking about Frank Nez. I'm sorry. That guy belongs in jail. He belongs in he belongs somewhere. That's the ultimate of misinformation and hype, and his website looks like a goddamn energy company. Just garbage top to bottom. And with that, I'm gonna have to get off here. But this Marine video is one that, he's not the only one. He's not the only one. And these people have egos the size of Mount Rushmore. So they are not going to easily let go of that. Good luck. That's all I got to say. Thanks guys for being here. Appreciate it. This is nonsense. Um, and it's not even like, oh, I'm standing up for what's right. I'm trying to no, I'm just saying like there is no reason that this should be permitted, especially on a monetized basis. That really is where it comes down to, because that's an incentive to keep doing it. If you know you're going to make a guaranteed whatever amount, and it doesn't matter what the fuck you say, then you're going to say anything. You're going to say the most outrageous shit. That's what the fuck is going on. It's clear. I dare say it's obvious, but it is obvious, and they're obviously wrong. So maybe that works. No, he can't accept personal responsibility. No, I mean, he has problems with that for sure. But what he represents there is something that, you know, in my opinion, these grifters had a large hand in doing. Of course, it's his responsibility. But if you know that there's somebody who's creating all of this misinformation and all of these delusional beliefs and thoughts, to me, you have to attack the problem there. Some of these people are fucked. They are totally fucked. And they probably will end up doing some stupid shit. You can't change that. But why is it still permissible for the thing to continue to be pumped and talked about and misrepresented every 6 ways to Sunday? That is the thing. If I can just save one stray cat. I've already done that. All right, so I tell you what. Here's the play out for now, and I'm gonna do this um because let's see. So this is one that we've used. I mean, this is a character that we've used quite a bit. And, you know, this is AMC. This is AMC right here. Not literally, but it's, you know, this is what you've bought into. This is what these people have bought into. And I mean, it's just, it's insanity. I'm just trying to find, here we go. I got it. All right. This is what we're going to look back on 20 years from now, maybe. And if the balloons don't take us over by then. Trap, neuter, release. Baloney. Trap, neuter, release. TNR. That's the answer. 20 years from now, 30 years from now, shit, 30 years from now, we're going to look back on this. Some of these videos will still be here. Some of them will be gone. A lot of them will be gone and be removed, or they'll take them down, or the influencer grifter will be in jail, and whatever. But 30 years from now, we'll look back on some of these videos, and this is how we'll view it. This is exactly how we'll view it, because this is how I view it now. And I think as more people come around, they'll view it this way. So without further ado, say good night. Thanks for support and all that, and letting those fucking ape shills in the comments, you know, have a nice memory of being in this channel. But this is, yeah, I don't know. I got nothing else. Here's the apes and AMC 30 years on, looking back. Here's what it'll be. You want to be a part of this? I sure as fuck don't. Good night. See ya.
Stay at 4 on Donahue.
This program is a paid advertisement for Personal Advancement Institute, Incorporated. Welcome to Secrets of Success. Discover how you can achieve financial freedom in the 90s.
What was your New Year resolution? Most people just talk about it. Are you going to make it happen?
Real estate expert Tom Vu on how to make a fortune in the 90s.
A lot of people in America are wealthy, filthy rich. Is the next millionaire going to be you?
Self-made millionaire Tom Vu has taught thousands how to achieve financial freedom.
Most of America's richest people made their fortune in real estate. Isn't it about time for you to learn how?
Tom Vu's real estate investing seminar has been written up by many newspapers across North America, from Quebec to Miami.
Here's the proof. I took the Tom Vu seminar. I've got 10 houses here in my hand. What are you doing sitting there watching me when you should be figuring out a way to get to the Tom Vu seminar? Do it now.
I know you may be thinking, my course may be the same like everybody else. My course is not the same like everybody else.
Hi, my name is Paul Minhas, and it's so simple to make money in foreclosed properties after taking Tom Vu's training. And I made 7 deals in 30 days, made $15,000. There are checks to prove it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I made $15,000 in 30 days. You want to make money? Go see Tom.
Do you think bargain property have a little for sale sign in front of the yard saying bargain property, $10,000 profit? Come on in. I never seen a sign like that in my life. You need specialized knowledge. When you have the know-how to locate these bargain property, that's the key to make big profit. Take a look at some of these multi-million-dollar homes around here. Do you know that sometimes some of these owners could be motivated enough to discount their property way below market value, a few $100,000 up to several $100,000? Think about a fortune you could be made in one real estate transaction. That's what I do. Later in the program, I will show you some of the property that I bought and made a lot of money. Look, very simple. If you have the know-how to be at the right place, at the right time, and know what you're doing, you make a lot of money. It's only common sense.
Here's the house I bought after taking the Tom Vu seminar. I have a contract here for $240,420, all signed by all the people, for this beautiful property on 2 rolling acres in prestigious Northville, which is worth $400,000 today. If you want to learn how to make good deals like this, come and see Tom Vu.
I know a lot of you may say, if Tom Vu making so much money in real estate, why is he teaching seminar? Well, someday you are multi-millionaire, you have a lot of choices to spend your day. Today, I have a lot of choices to spend the day. Today, I could go yachting from Florida to the Caribbean, having fun. Today, I could relax, enjoy life around my mansion, watching the waterfall in the front, the waterfall in the back, the pool look like the lake, waterfall inside the house. I got tired of hearing the water running. Or today, I can do something that gives me the greatest personal satisfaction that even money couldn't buy, is showing people how to be rich. Why? Because I can relate to you. A certain amount of you are watching me right now, are working so hard, you're willing to pay the price of success, you're willing to sweat, but you got nothing because you lack a vehicle to achieve financial independence. Years ago, when I first started out on my search to wealth, I wish there was a multi-millionaire self-made would show me his secret to financial freedom. That's why now I enjoy showing the serious, hard-working people in America, the one who doesn't mind to pay the price of success, the secret to be wealthy.
Don't go away. We'll be back with more Secrets of Success right after this important announcement.